We are what we're doing while we're here. The host campus today is the BMI program at the CUNY School of Medicine, and we'll introduce the director, Dr. Irvs, in a few minutes. But we're excited today because we're focusing on a very important issue, one that is of significant importance, one that is one of the primary concerns, actually, of the CUNY Black Male Initiative program. In its very beginning, some of the programming that we talked about was pipeline programming, which has to do with pipelines into law school, pipelines into med school. So the medical program that we have and the BMI program at that school is very, very important, because it provides a really significant opportunity for young men of color to get into and be supported once in a medical school. And so Dr. Ers will talk about that as he comes up in a bit. But before that, I do want to firstly recognize those of you who are here, if at all possible. Would the CUNY BMI directors who are present please stand so we can give you a hand. Awesome. Nice, nice. Thank you so much. These are the directors that really make things happen. These are the ones that really are on the ground doing the work. We have CUNY BMI, I should say, has 31 programs and campus-based programs. Some campuses have more than one program, but they affect or address different populations. And right now, we're hovering a little over 7,500 students, and so we're really excited to continue the growth of the program. We are expanding what it is that we do as far as helping students of young men of color in various capacities. We have different components to BMI. For those who don't understand the full program, we have pre-college programs. Representative from that, one of those programs, for instance, stood up just now, Mr. Raheem Brooks. He represents the CUNY Fatherhood Academy. We have undergraduate, give the Fatherhood Academy a hand. Raheem is also ageless. If you look at him 20 years ago, he looks exactly like he looks today. But we have undergraduate programs, traditional undergraduates, and graduate programs, such as today, such as the CUNY Law School, such as even here at the Graduate Center, we have a BMI component. So we have programs that sort of are working in various capacities for various pockets of students, but we are continuing to grow. And so we are very excited today that we are focusing specifically on this idea of black men in medicine. And Gerald will talk about the slides that you see also where we're featuring some of the alumni from that program. But before we do, I want to just introduce the most incredible MC that there is. I've seen this particular young man who brags to me that he wears a size small in the t-shirt. He's not only a friend of CUNY, not only a friend of BMI, but he's a friend of this type of programming because he is the nation's favorite psychologist. Please put your hands together for the Dr. Jeff Gardia.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Quash. It's great to see you all. I know you all got your workout this morning before you got here, and you'll do your yoga a little bit later. Take good care of yourselves. For those of us who come from the much older generation like myself, I don't know if you remember, but there was, and I hope I'm not being unwoke here, but there was a 1950s, Cliff, you know this movie. There was a 1950s movie that said, Mars Needs Women. I don't know if you all remember that old black and white film. Well, America and the world needs black doctors. We need physicians. We need health providers. We need physician assistants. We need nurses. We need nurse practitioners who are black, who are of color. According to the Association of American Colleges, and I believe, Dr. Q, you are a member of that fine organization, they talked about there is a national crisis. We saw from 1978 through 2014 an increase in the number of students going to health schools, especially medical schools, and that number went up for a while, but now has stayed steady. It has not increased. It's now only 3% with regard to our medical students, only 3% 50% of our doctors are black. And that is really a crying shame, especially when we see the end of affirmative action in this very crazy political world that we're living in now, which I am sure we've already seen a drop in some of the Ivy League colleges of our students of color, of black students. So this isn't going to help this particular situation. So you ask yourselves, you know, and of course, I know I'm preaching to the choir. Why do we need black health providers? In this case today, just like these incredible physicians and students that we've seen here that Mr. Irves will be talking to you about a little bit later, but why do we need them? Well, first of all, I have to tell you that I am an associate professor at the Touro College of Osteopathic Medicine in New York. I teach at the Harlem campus, Middletown campus, as well as in the Midwest, and I'm tired. But, one of the things that we see is a continued effort to bring in black students. Why? Not only does it add to the numbers of people that we need as black physicians and other health providers, but most importantly, in the classroom, it's a petri dish. When we sit in our classrooms, whether at CUNY, whether at Touro, whether at any other college, and you are sitting with people who are different religion, different sexuality, different race, different even political point of view, and so on, you learn how to interact, how to develop empathy, how to develop cultural competence in working as a future health provider, as a future physician. So it's not just what we teach, for example, where I teach an introduction to cultural competence or community service, some of the classes that I teach, but they're also learning it in the classroom, how to respect one another, how to respect people who look different from you, but most importantly, what are the health disparities for our black and other populations, for LGBTQ plus populations, the intersection, for all of the different religious communities and so on. You learn what those things are. And so that's why we need to have more color, if you will, within these classes, why we need more medical students and PA students and NP students and nursing students coming in. And today we're concentrating on our young black physicians. It's not only because of the cultural competence and getting a better health outcome, right? When we have our black physicians who are part of the workforce, of the healing force, I like to say, but it's also about the importance of how they're able to get a better health outcome if you're better able to connect. So according to a 2020 Journal of the American Medical Association, they found, for example, African American patients have a better experience when they're doctors of the same race. So that is something that is important. It's not about exclusion. It's not about working in a silo. We're just saying that it's not one size fits all. It's important that we be able to recognize the differences and the needs of the black population. They also found that African Americans experience higher rates of hypertension, stroke. Good doctor, you know this. Hypertension, stroke, heart disease. And African American men have the lowest life expectancy of any demographic group, living on average 4.5 fewer years than white men. And so this is something that we see may come from not only what has happened in our society being relegated to second-class citizenship and all of the dangers that come with that, but again, not having a trust in their providers, and why it's important we have more black providers. Another statistic, black newborn, and you all may know this, and Lynn, I know you know this, black newborn babies in the United States are more likely to survive childbirth if they are cared for by black doctors, but 3 times more likely than white babies to die when looked after by white doctors. Is this about pure, explicit racism? I believe it's not. I look for the goodness in all. And so I believe this has a lot to do with the implicit bias that we may be seeing from doctors who are not black. So that's why it's so important for the health of all people to bring in more black doctors, to have more black doctors in the workforce, to have more black medical students. But here's what we're running into, and Dr. Quash and I had talked about it this morning. And I've seen it myself, you know, unlike the incredible programs that we have that Mr. Irves is running, and all of the things that Dr. Holden has done to bring in black medical students, and what Dr. Quash has done, and what you all have done as part of the CUNY BMI, we're not getting enough black students, black female students, black male students, black persons into medical schools. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today. How do we get you all to be much more interested? How do you get through the USMLEs, for example? Ooh, the USMLEs and the COMLEXs and so on, if you decide to do perhaps, you know, not just an MD or a DO degree? How do we get you to not be afraid of science? I'll never forget my son now, who is in medical school. I remember when he was about 7 years old, and I said to him, "You thinking about going to medical school, engineering school?" You know, because I'm Caribbean, right? I'm Haitian, but I don't eat dogs and cats. And so, oh man, what a world, huh? But I remember him saying to me, "Dad, don't worry, I'm not afraid of science. Science is a beautiful thing. Science is sexy." But we have to, you know, we have to let you all know that's something that you need to be part of, learning about having the power of life and death and the responsibility that goes with that. So today we have some incredible professionals, some who I've already mentioned their names, who are part of this two-day event that we're having as part of this 19th annual CUNY Black Male Initiative. We'll be having workshops, insights, connections to the profession. You'll learn from medical professionals how they've navigated through, what you need to do, how you can actually do this, how you can have the hope, how you can have the desire. You can be health professionals. You can be doctors. And for those of you who are emissaries, taking this information back to your colleges, to your high schools, to your graduate schools. So let's bring up those numbers. Let's be there for all of our patients, especially black patients, and let's just have a blast for these 2 days. Thank you. All right. I'm excited. How about you guys? Yes. It's going to be a great day and a great 2 days. And we're going to kick it off with someone, and I'm going to share this, Lynn, okay? I'm going to share this. I called Dr. Lynn Holden, I don't know how many times, 4 or 5 times. I was sweating. My son wants to go to medical school, but, you know, he didn't do that well, you know, on the standardized exams to get in and so on the MCATs. What are we going to do? How are we going to make this happen? And she always had a positive message. Believe in him. We can do this. You can do this. And he finally got in. But it was your, you know, pushing me to do that with him, as well as Mr. Irves when my son was studying and part of Mr. Irves' program. Mr. Irves was there for him all the way, and I'm forever grateful to you, Mr. Irves, for that. Dr. Lynn Holden is working to change the face of medicine. And looking at my face, we need to change that face of medicine. She is the energetic president emeritus and co-visionary of Mentoring in Medicine. Dr. Holden provides the overall leadership, recruits volunteers, facilitates program development. She's earned her BS in zoology from Howard University, graduated from the great Temple University School of Medicine, and completed her residency in emergency medicine at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, Jacobi Montefiore Emergency Medicine Residency Program. Don't ask me to say that 3 times in a row. She is a practicing physician in the attending at the Montefiore Health System, Moses Campus, a professor of emergency medicine at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. She was selected to be a senior associate dean of diversity enhancement at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. She's also a member of Delta Sigma Theta, right? And thank you for your political involvement, by the way. And Well Met, a female giving circle that supports social justice organizations. There are so many things that I can say about Lynn Holden, but we want to hear from Lynn Holden. So please put your hands together for the great physician, Dr. Lynn Holden.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for that very generous introduction. Thank you to Dr. Quash and the CUNY BMI family for having me. And I really say family because I have seen so many people here that I have not seen in years. And so it's a reunion. So thank you so much for having me. To our online audience, it's great that you're able to join us, and hopefully you'll be able to partake of the next 2 days and all of the robust activities that have been planned for those 2 days. So today I'm going to just spend a few minutes, and I'm going to talk to you about a little bit about myself, my journey, and also hopefully some of this, I would say, strategies to success for the students. I think it's really important to not only talk about one's journey, but also to give strategies for success so that students can walk away with some insight into perhaps what they can utilize also. So yes, my name is Lynn Holden. I am a proud Philly girl, born and raised in Philadelphia, for any Philly folks out there. Howard University alum, Temple Medical School alum, member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, a deacon at the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem, and the 5th African American full professor in emergency medicine in the country. And I say that, thank you. I say that because we have a ways to go. I think we're now at the 12th, and we all know each other. We've all helped each other and build a network to help and to mentor each other into that. Also, I am the first African-American female to sit on the governing board of the specialty of emergency medicine called the American Board of Emergency Medicine since its founding 45 years ago. So you can see that we are in the year 2024, but there's still the advancement that we as Black people really have to conquer is vast. I will tell you that I'm not supposed to be here. That's what the doctors told me 27 years ago. 1 week after my daughter was born, I went into heart failure. I remember walking up the steps in my house saying, something doesn't feel quite right. Walking down the steps again, walking up the steps, walking down the steps, it did that about 10 times and said, wait a second, okay, I can't be in denial, there's a problem here. And ended up going to the emergency department where I work, and people were like, what's going on? And I told them I wasn't feeling that good, my breathing was a problem, and the next thing I know, I don't know, so many things happen at one time, but I remember struggling to breathe and then finding out that my heart was weak, that it was literally pumping at half what normal is, and that I had suffered a complication of pregnancy called postpartum cardiomyopathy. We know that pregnancy complications, illness, and even death strikes African American females much more than it does anyone else in the population. And yes, I was one of those victims. And I was told I would not be able to practice emergency medicine. I was told I would not be able to have any more children. And I was told, in fact, that I may not make it at all. The prognosis of someone who has postpartum cardiomyopathy, while it's improved since 27 years ago, it still is something that is really not diagnosed in a timely fashion. And by it not being diagnosed, the heart gets weaker and weaker and weaker. And you find that people who have it, ladies that have it, about half of them have weak hearts for their life. They have to be on medication or need heart transplants. And about half of them actually improve. But thank God I was one of those that recovered. I do practice emergency medicine, and I have hundreds of children, and I'll tell you about that. But it was during that time that I received my calling. My job is to take care of patients in the emergency department, often at their most vulnerable moments. But my calling is to help diversify the healthcare workforce, to help increase the number of physicians of color, especially who have a seat at the proverbial table. Did you know that there's roughly 1 million practicing physicians in the United States? Approximately 640,000 of them are white, 270,000 of them are Asian, but get this, 57,000 are black, 67,000 are Hispanic, and barely 4,000 are American Indian and Alaska Native. Did you know that less than 39% of black students and less than 25% of Hispanic students who apply to medical schools are accepted into one of the 158 allopathic or MD medical schools this last year? And this is up from previous years. And I'm sure you've heard that there's a crisis when it comes to African American males in medical school. That's why programs like this are so important, so that we can start to groom and help students become medical school ready, if that is what they in fact want to do. And finally, over 50% of the U.S. medical students are from homes where the family income is less than $121,000. Less than 20% come from homes where the family is less than $74,000, the family income. More and more, as Dr. Gardier mentioned, peer-reviewed scientific studies are demonstrating that the racial concordance in healthcare increases the lifespan between black and brown people. So with all these facts, and the fact that I was pretty much strapped to my living room sofa for about a year, my husband and I co-founded a nonprofit called Mentoring in Medicine with a couple of my colleagues and a few educators. That was in 2007. Our mission is to inspire, educate, and empower students from elementary school to medical school and career. In fact, I've seen about, I think, 8 of our students flash up on the screen, which is very heartwarming. Our impact has been profound. Our team has reached over 85,000 students, parents, and educators since 2007. We have helped over 568 students graduate from medical school. In fact, this year, we have 31 students who are in the application cycle. 95% of our students were discouraged along the way from achieving their dream. I knew nothing about the nonprofit world. I just knew I had to do something. And I knew that this was my calling, to have a mission to change the face of medicine in order to make sure that all people have the right to good health care. I formed new networks of educators and politicians. I developed partnerships with organizations. For example, I joined the board of Toro, the Community Advisory Board of Toro, was on the board for the CUNY School of Medicine, the advisory board. So many boards that I really tried to learn more and meet more people to try to find out how we could help students. I published about 10 papers on how we could help students, what were the perceived obstacles, how can we overcome those perceived obstacles and get to students to the next level, and as Dr. Gardier said, make sure that they're continually interested and engaged when it comes to science and health. I took classes and studied how to raise money because I knew nothing about that. I was the Girl Scout mom that would buy all the cookies and just ask you to give me a quarter just so you could take them out of my living room. But all of it paid off. And in 15 years, my team and I have raised nearly $40 million to fund our work. So now, I have a different hat. I am the President Emeritus of Mentoring in Medicine, but the work continues. In my new position, as Dr. Gardier mentioned, I have joined the leadership of the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. Albert Einstein College of Medicine was founded by really a group of ladies who persuaded Dr. Albert Einstein to have a medical school in his name. And in his wisdom, he said, well, you know, I want this medical school to be in the Jewish culture because he was Jewish, but I want to invite people of all races and creeds to be able to study here. And that was in the 50s. And one of my mentors, Dr. Lewis Sullivan, said that it was long awaited because of what was happening in the 50s, especially around educating Black and brown people to higher levels, such as going to medical school. But if you did not hear, the Albert Einstein College of Medicine was gifted with $1 billion in February to make us the 10th tuition-free medical school in the country. The donor, Dr. Ruth Godsman, is a 94-year-old professor emeritus who specialized in helping students with learning disabilities, and she donated the money to help students, to help diversify the student body of Einstein, but also to help students afford medical school who may not be able to realize that, their dream. And so it was her generosity. Her husband, her late husband, and Warren Buffett were friends, and her late husband left her stock, and she knew the work that we were doing at Einstein and was donated, not only that, a lot more, but donated the $1 billion for our students. So we are excited about the work that we have to do. We know that we will have to lean on partners to help us make that dream for that $1 billion come to fruition. So before I close, I want to really give the students some strategies, and I like to call this the Holden Challenge. We have Instagram challenges. Sadly, some people have lost their lives because young people have followed challenges on Instagram. But this challenge is a more constructive challenge. And people who are online, certainly you can also take this challenge. I've given this challenge to about, I think we're up to now about 3,000 students at various conferences, and I've encouraged them to, as I will, the students here and those of you online, to take 3 of the 10 tips that I'm going to give you and tell me how they have impacted you. You can email me, and you'll be entered into a raffle. Raffle to get $200 gift certificates. So far we've given probably almost $2,000 out to students who actually took notes, took in some of these tips, and then sent me an email and told me how these tips have impacted them. So to start off, I want to ask 2 students to volunteer. Do we have 2 students who will volunteer from the audience? Oh, yes. Okay, I see a young lady over here. Yes. Right here. Yes. Okay. Another student to volunteer from the audience. Okay, yes. Come up, come up. Let's give them a round of applause. All right. So they are going to assist me. Thank you so much for volunteering. It says a lot about students who will raise their hand and say, I will. All right, excellent. You can have a seat here. All right, so first of all, it's nice to meet you. If you want to just take the mic and tell us your name, that would be great. Hello? Okay. Oh, yes.
My name is Shannon Farnham.
Okay, and?
Hello, good morning. My name is James Biafara.
Okay, so Sharon? Shannon and James. Perfect. Okay, very good, very good. So Remember I said I wanted to give you what I think are tips. So the first tip is, and I hope that the students are, and those of you at home are writing these down, is to use your senses, okay? Use your senses, especially that has to do with vision. It doesn't have to be vision seeing, but it is actually vision seeing. Many people have an idea of what their future is going to hold, but they don't really, it doesn't come to fruition because they don't continually repeat that as a mantra, as an affirmation of what it is they want to do. So Shannon and James, what is it? What is your future? What will you be in the future?
I will be a director of an emergency room in a Trauma One center.
All right, let's give her a round of applause.
I will be a policy analyst and a legislative affairs director.
All right, excellent. Excellent, excellent. So all of you students, I want you to think about what is it you are going to be in the future, and the challenge is to create a vision board. What is that? That is just a plain old PowerPoint slide where you put images, maybe even affirmations, maybe songs, maybe poems, that will encourage you along the way to achieving your dream and to achieving that vision. And that vision board can be your screensaver on your computer, or it could be where you brush your teeth, somewhere where you can see it very often and claim it. Very, very important. So number one, use your senses vision. Number two, what brings you joy? What brings you joy? Along this journey, we have to have joy along the journey. We can't say, oh, I'm going to be happy after or I'm going to be happy after I do this or that, because this and that will come and you'll still be looking for joy and happiness. So I want you to find a hobby. Maybe it's gardening. Maybe it's, I'm a plant mom. So that's my hobby, one of them. But find a hobby. And so Shannon and James, what hobbies do you two have?
Well, my hobby is music and arts. I like to write. I also read a lot, and poetry is one of my main avenues of expression.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Thank you for sharing that, James.
One of my hobbies is photography. I enjoy taking pictures of other people and landscapes.
Excellent, excellent, powerful, powerful. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. So, challenge number two, do what brings you joy. The challenge is to find a hobby. And if you have a hobby, to build upon that hobby. Number three, know the journey and what skills you should develop along the way. So, for example, those students who wish to go to medical school, there are 17 what we call core competencies. These are must-haves for getting into medical school. You know, I always get the question, well, what are medical schools looking for? Well, these 17 core competencies were developed by many people across the country, most not looking like us, who feel that these are the qualities that a medical school is looking for. And you can find those on the website AAMC.org, the American Association of Medical Colleges, and you can search for core competencies. So I encourage you all to look for those core competencies, and they're basically what it is you would want in a physician or a caretaker, that you would feel that person would need, such as being empathetic, compassionate, for example, knowing their science, as we keep going back to science, right? But knowing their science and so on. So I encourage you to look at those. Number four, your health is key. And thank you for reminding us about our yoga and Dr. Gardine and all these other stress busters that we really have to do. Because stress is here. Stress is real. Stress can affect the body and the mind and the soul in so many ways. But we have to find out what brings us joy. What is it that we can do not only through our diet, not only through exercises and stress reducing techniques, but also exercising and the foods we eat. So I want to encourage everyone, and this is the challenge, I want you to look up a food that is a brain-boosting food or an immune-boosting food. Okay, brain-boosting food or immune-boosting food. One obvious one is, for example, oranges, right? A lot of vitamin C, you get that naturally. But there's so many other foods that you can eat that help to increase your health. So challenge number 4 is to make sure that you identify and that you incorporate a new brain or immune boosting. We're getting into flu season now. COVID hasn't left us, so we need to make sure that we keep our immune system strong. Number 5, your attitude determines your altitude. All right, well, so many of us, we know about verbal communication, but do we know about nonverbal communication? Do we know about those times when we may not be feeling so great inside and it shows on the outside? Well, I will tell you that all of our students have acting lessons, okay? Because we know that things happen where you want to reflect it on the outside, but we also know we can't wear our emotions on our sleeves. We may miss an opportunity because someone thinks that we don't want to speak with them. So I want everyone in here, and I know, some people are, had to come a long way and so forth, but, I want everyone to practice just smiling. A smile just takes, oh, look at Shannon, look at her go, look at her go. Everyone online, just practice smiling. One of the worst things is if you're, for example, encountering someone and, they just have this really scowl, mean look on their face. You just want to turn around and go the opposite way, right? So you want to be inviting, you want to smile, and you want to make sure that you don't wear your emotions on your sleeve. But number 5 is make sure you smile. Practice smiling and exuding joy. Number 6 is manage your time wisely. Scheduling and time management, I like to call it now lifestyle management, is so important. I was taught that by a young lady. It's not time management, it's lifestyle management. But it's so important to be able, especially if you're a student, to really make sure to create a calendar, to create a schedule going really from 24 hours and to map out what you're going to do for the week. When are you going to sleep? When are you going to eat? When are you going to do meal prep? What are you going to study? If you're going to study science, for example, what resources are you going to use? Are you going to do 10 questions? Are you going to do 1 chapter? Are you going to look at this? What exactly you're going to do. So my challenge is to create for next week a detailed schedule so that you're able to see, okay, this is what I'm doing, but you know what? This is where I can catch up. And maybe I don't have to be on the telephone for 5 hours. Maybe the TV show I'm watching can wait until after I've gotten my A on that exam. So I challenge you to make sure to try to create a detailed schedule so that you can see where you can get in more time for studying and for exercising and taking care of your body and your mind. Number 7, know how you learn best. It wasn't until I realized what type of learner I was that I actually excelled. It wasn't until I realized not only what type of learner I was, but how I need to prepare for standardized exams. Guess what? Dr. Gardier mentioned the MCAT. He mentioned complex. He mentioned USMLE. It doesn't end. I have to take a test in about a month for emergency medicine to make sure that I'm staying up on the information. So these tests, these standardized tests, they do not end. But how do we deal with the bully, those standardized tests? We hit them in the nose and we keep going. We figure out what is our best strategy for success, and we keep going. So I encourage all of you to take this, not even 10 minutes, it's free. It's called the VARK Challenge, VARK-learn.com. VARK-learn.com. Are you a visual learner? V. Are you an auditory learner? A. Are you a reader? R. Or are you a kinesthetic learner, where you have to write or dance or create a dance or song to remember those organic chemistry formulas or not? So VARK-learn.com. learn.com. Very powerful, and it will say, we're all mixed modals, but learners, we use a little bit of everything, but what's your main type? And how can you maximize that type of learning? Very important. So we're rounding out now, number 8. Oh, so the challenge is to visit that, vark-learn.com. vark-learn.com. Very important. Will really change your life. Number 8, your network determines your net worth. I tell all of our students to make sure that they have a personal advisory board, okay? That they are able to really develop not only people who will be advisors or coaches, but people who will be mentors and even sponsors. So I want all of you, the challenge is to develop a personal advisory board. And you may say, oh my gosh, how am I going to do that? First of all, ask. You're at a conference, you start talking to people, you start building relationships. How many people have a LinkedIn account? Most people. Great, great, great. So I challenge all of you to get a LinkedIn account because it will really help you learn more about people who are in your field and your specialty, and you'll be able to connect with them. Also, coming to conferences like this, you'll be able to connect with people that you may not otherwise be able to see. So it is valuable to expand your network and to develop a personal board of advisors. So the challenge is for you to name 2 people you would like to add to your personal board of advisors. Supporters, mentors, and hopefully eventually sponsors. Rounding out number 9, you want to make sure that you stand out in a good way. How can you do that? Well, medical schools always want to know why you. We have X number of seats, but we have X number of applicants for that seat. So why you? So you want to make sure that you show appreciation, that you stand out in a good way. How can you do that? Well, how about the professor that you worked with? You just send them a note. How much you appreciated how they taught you or whatever technique they used, or someone, for example, at the conference, send them a note and say, this is what I learned at the conference. But you want to be able to stand out so people remember you outside of the crowd that you may be with at the time. So my challenge is write someone a thank you note. Write someone a thank you note. Let them know what impact they had on your life and your life's trajectory. And then finally, be a leader. You may say, well, how am I going to be a leader? It can be something very small that grows into something very large. You want to create something. All the environments that you're in, I'm sure there is something that you know can be fixed or that you think could be fixed. So it's important to figure out, well, what am I going to fix and how am I going to fix it? So Shannon and James, I'm going to ask you, in your goings, whether it be your neighborhood, your community, your school, is there something that you would like to do to change it a little bit? Is there a gap that you feel like you could fill? I can think of some right now just from what you told me, but I'll let you go.
One of the things I think a gap that I could fill is probably within the college community. I work as a senior resident assistant at the College of Staten Island. I think that there could be a gap bridge between the students and how they view their education. They feel that going to the dorms, they're there for partying versus studying, and I wish that a lot of them understood that they're there for a purpose. They're there to receive an education and to make something out of themselves, because a lot of the time they lose financial aid for their lack of attendance and for a lack of participation in grades. So if I could get them to really understand the value of why they're there, that would be, that'd be great.
That's excellent. Let's give her a round of applause. That is excellent. Excellent. And Shannon, it could be something, as you said, you're into photography. Maybe you could take pictures of, someone at work as, different careers and put those up so people are reminded, oh, yes, that's why I'm here. I want to be a. Or it could be that you create signs, right, and just put, oh, study hard. I hope you're, if you need help, call so-and-so for tutoring. But just little reminders to let people know. So it doesn't have to be big, but it could definitely be your campaign to help students study and to remember that they're in college to study. So that's excellent. Thank you so much, Shannon. What about you, James?
Thank you. Well, what came to mind when you mentioned something very close to us, I thought about an abandoned lot on my block. So there is a group of arborists working in my neighborhood to give use to an abandoned lot, and it is a registered LLC. So I've been working with that group of arborists to sort of ideate different ways that the space can be used for an outdoor learning center or something else. But we've been speaking with the council and the community board that the lot is located in my neighborhood, and we think that it would be a really great space for the community, especially considering that gentrification is an issue that affects all of us. Mm-hmm. So that is something that I see right now that I could work on. I'm trying to find ways to meet with them or to amplify the voices of the people in the community that could benefit from that space being used, and also communicating with the people that own the land to sort of amplify the importance of community spaces and outdoor learning.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you two have your work cut out for you, but certainly those two projects are extremely worthy. And those of you who are online, those of you who are in the audience, just think about what can you create? What can you be a leader in? So just to summarize, number one, use your senses. Challenge is to create a vision board. Number two, do what brings you joy. The challenge is to find a hobby. Number three, know the journey and what skills you need to develop along the way. And to do that, you want to look up the core competencies, 17 of them for medical students, aamc.org. Number four, your health is key. And the challenge is to look up a new food, a brain-boosting food, or also an immune-boosting food that can help you moving forward. Number five, your attitude determines your altitude. You want to make sure, and the challenge is to smile, to practice smiling. Number six, manage your time wisely. The challenge is to create a detailed schedule for the week and see how you can change that over the course of time. Get into the habit of creating these schedules so you can manage your life better, and also so you can figure out, where can I get in more time for studying? Where can I get in more time for my hobbies and so forth? Number seven, maximize your study habits, and you want to go to vark-learn.com to find out how you study and learn best. Number eight, your net work determines your net worth, and the challenge is to develop a personal board of advisors, but to start off naming and trying to seek out two people you would like to join that board of advisors, two people who are maybe doing what it is you want to do in the future. Number nine, you want to stand out in a good way. The challenge is to write someone a thank you note. It could be the person at school, maybe someone who sits behind a desk, or someone who's an administrator that might not get appreciation, but they'll certainly remember you if you write them a thank you note. And finally, be a leader. Create something. The challenge is to think of a gap that you can fill in your community, in your school, in your house of worship, and to be able to claim it as your activity that you created, and to put that on your application as a leadership activity. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, James. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. If you all could see me after, I definitely appreciate that, and I commend you for raising your hand and saying, I will, especially since you didn't know what you would do, but you did it anyway, so thank you so much for that. So that, folks, is the Holden Challenge. In closing, I want to share a little story. Just yesterday, I interviewed a college student for an internship position. She told me she was raised in the Bronx. She's now a senior at Tufts University, majoring in psychology and community health, but she's looking to come back to New York. First-generation high school graduate, raised by a single mother from the Dominican Republic. She was referred to me actually by another organization, another pathway program, and I will tell you, and I don't think I mentioned, that I am actually the product of 6 pathway programs. So I started going to pathway programs in high school, and in fact met my husband at the summer of 11th grade at a pathway program in Pittsburgh. So pathway programs are near and dear to my heart. But this young lady told me that she was on a path to becoming a public health professional. She stated that she didn't have any health professionals in her family, but that she participated in an after-school program in 6th and 7th grade that sparked her interest in pursuing a health career and let her know that she could succeed and that she was able to see and envision her future. I asked her what the name of the program was, and she said that program was Mentoring in Medicine. So it really touched my heart. Thought I would share that with you, but it's been a pleasure speaking with you, sharing some insight, telling you a little bit about my journey, and hopefully encouraging and empowering those students who wish to become health professionals to do so. We need you, and you can do it. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Dr. Lynn Holden, the great Dr. Lynn Holden. Thank you, Dr. Holden. I do have a quick question for you. You talked about brain-boosting food. Popeye's chicken? No. Okay, just kidding. I thought I'd try. Okay. Blueberries? Yay! High in glycogen. All right. You gave a couple of tips. All of your tips were amazing, but a few of them resonated with me more because I happen to do a lot of medical school interviews for folks coming into some of our medical schools. The hobby, so important because it not only enriches you and expands your horizons, but you're going to need that on a medical school interview. Right? You're going to need to show that you have non-clinical experience, so that means getting out there, volunteering and helping people. You're going to have to show that you have clinical experience, so you may want to shadow a physician or health provider. It's important that you do that in college right now. We ask you for those things. And then, of course, when it comes to writing that note, write a lot of notes, because you're going to need one of these folks, especially one of your professors, to write one of your 3 recommendation letters for when you're applying to medical school. And by the way, don't just ask for a recommendation letter. Actually write down 10, 6, 5 points that you want to see as part of that recommendation letter. So it makes it easier for that person writing it because they're getting, requests all the time, but it also makes it specific as to what it is that you want to see highlighted, what makes you different. And then, of course, I have to tell you, one of the best kept secrets about medical school, and all of you as, for those of you at home and for those of you here, is we have a lot of students who are neurodiverse, right? We used to call them nerds, but now we look at these doctors and we say, hey, sexy, right? So for those of you who are neurodiverse, we need you for your superpowers. Memorization is a very big thing with those who are neurodiverse. So, if you're neurodiverse, if you're on the autism spectrum, medical school needs you. All right. With all of that being said, I want to introduce our next guest, who will be introducing Dr. Carmen Green. But our next guest, just an incredible, incredible person. He is a mentor. He is a parent. He is a very compassionate disciplinarian to his students at the Sophie Davis Accelerated Medical Program. He's a cheerleader. He's a caring person. He just really watches out for the students and keeps them on point. Mr. Gerald Irves is the director of BMI, Brothers Medical Career Success Program, and the director of admissions at the CUNY School of Medicine. I am so very proud to call him a friend and a confidant. Don't tell any of my secrets, Mr. Irves, when you get up here. Everyone, please welcome Gerald Irves.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And welcome. CUNY BMI has been part of our family, not only at Sophie Davis CUNY School of Medicine, but part of our family in the university, and certainly to the African American and Latinx young men you see in that photo montage. You have, for 18 years, supported us. We started our journey with you in 2006. Our now Brothers MD, which simply is a Black medical initiative, was started because there were struggles that many of our African American men had. We admitted a class in 2004 of 8 African American men, and none of them graduated. Our BMI started by many of the alums on the screen was to become an example role model for students who want to be physicians. We say, I'm my brother's keeper, period. Those young men who composed one of the largest classes of African American men graduating the CUNY School of Medicine totaled 13. They band together and worked with the administration, the late director Christopher Wanyonyi, and me to start our BMI project. So it started a couple of years before we partnered with CUNY BMI. And it was really a support group that was surrounded by mentorship. We saw mentorship as the segue to success. And over time, there was a culture change. But there's so much work that needs to be done. And as you look at these photos, we're proud of these young men, totaling 70, but it's not enough. Less than 3%. Less than 3% 50 years ago. Less than 3% 75 years ago. Less than 3%, as a matter of fact, is one of the podcasts that a second-year medical student started to bring attention to the paucity of Black men in medicine. He will conduct one of the sessions tomorrow where he will talk about the journey to medicine and the struggles. So the battle continues. We know that Black male psychiatrists total 2% of the physicians in the country. So I did the basic calculations this morning and I realized if 41,000 psychiatrists are currently practicing in the United States. That 2% is about 820 black psychiatrists. In our program, I know 5 of them. That's not nearly enough. Going forward, our Black Male Initiative stands stronger today than it was just 3 or 4 years ago. What we realize is that being able to work as a unit, as a brotherhood, is the absolute game changer. What we've successfully been able to do is help bolster our recruitment through the mentorship, through the alumni, engaging them in our activities, embarking on academic, physical wellness, mental wellness. We had an alumni basketball game on the 31st of August, and it was really mentorship. It was an opportunity to engage. The alums won. They won for the second time. And if you follow professional basketball, you know 3 consecutive championships constitutes a dynasty. So next year the push is on for our alums to be the dynasty and our current students to spoil that. The fun and the bonding is also key and critical in our success. We go to dinner in Harlem on special occasions. We go to movies on special occasions. What's interesting is that as we walk through the community, as we end up in the restaurant, it's always a lot of attention, a lot of pride, but our students are often asked, are you rappers, hip-hop stars? Are you entertainers? And when we share that they're medical school students, some of them doctors, they're celebrated and treated like celebrity. So we hope that what we've done continues to change the landscape. There's a lot more work to be done. And one of the things I've learned is that the work requires you to be as selfless as possible. It requires you to understand that those you are working with, students, view you as I've been blessed to experience as a father figure. When I started in the program in 2000, I was more like a big brother. Then I became sort of an uncle, a father figure, and now I'm the OG. We've had support from so many wonderful people over the years. Clearly, none of this would have been possible without the love and support at the CUNY School of Medicine, the leadership at the CUNY School of Medicine, my colleagues that I've worked with, Dean Green, who will speak shortly, Dr. Wilson Anstey, who's worked closely with me over the last 2.5 years. And it's been that spectrum of support over the course of nearly 20 years that's made this possible. So I only stand here because of that level of support. And I want to acknowledge all the students who are here. Please stand. may be seated. Thank you for coming, many of them our students. When you talk about support, leadership, Dr. Carmen Renee Green is the Dean of the CUNY School of Medicine. She is a Michigander from Michigan, appointed Dean in 2021, and since she has led the medical school into a new era. In the span of nearly 3 years, Dean Green has significantly opened recruitment pathways to attract students who are historically underrepresented in medicine. She has strengthened the school's academic programming and support services, ensuring student success as undergraduates and medical students. In addition to launching and expanding many other programs within our school, Dean Green tirelessly advocates for students by meeting with external stakeholders, all at the levels of government, across academic medicine, the city hospital system, and the nonprofit sector. Her student-focused initiatives are synergistic with improving recruitment, retention, and the success of Black male students in medicine, especially because it is a population that is among the most underrepresented in medicine, less than 3%. She's been very supportive of our Black medical initiative, Our Brothers MD. Dean Green joined the CUNY School of Medicine as a renowned scholar for disparities in pain management and treatment in healthcare. Her visionary leadership at the CUNY School of Medicine was reflected in recently being named one of the top 100 higher education leaders in New York City and in New York State. Please welcome Dean Carmen Renee Green.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Gerald. How many Sophies do we have here? Can you stand? I hope you have permission to be missing class. You didn't know you'd be caught in that trap, did you? So I thought that since we're with, and thank you for the warm introduction. Where's my favorite photographer? Ah, there he is, my man, the legend, the myth. I think there's another photographer that I actually thought he just walked around looking pretty. Mr. Gore, are you around here? Oh, there he is. There he is. Your son's better looking. Okay, it must be his mama. So I thought today I would spend a little bit of time talking about my path and why it has taken me to the CUNY School of Medicine. And Lynn, it's always great to see you and to hear about your wonderful work. Thank you very much for you and your husband's leadership in this space. So, first of all, I'm not a Michigander. I'm a military kid. And I run my medical school like it's the military. It's a bit of a joke, but some people know what I mean. Meaning that the first 20 years of my life, I was the beneficiary of tax dollars taking care of my health care in the United States Air Force. We would come to Michigan. We're actually from Michigan. So my goal is to talk a little bit about my path, talk about thinking that might be helpful, to talk about why I would come to the CUNY School of Medicine. And then thirdly, about the CUNY School of Medicine and why this conversation that we're having here is not just important for Black men, it's important for Latino men, why it's important for Black women and Latinas, and why it's important for this country, and why I believe that the CUNY School of Medicine is the most important medical school in New York State and potentially in the United States, and I'll tell you why. But I'll get there. You have to hear the story in order to get there. So, you know, I'm a military kid, living all over the world, speaking German, being funny, talking funny because we lived all over the world. And then living in the military in the civilian sector, being a military dependent in the civilian sector. I remember my grandfather, my great-grandfather, was an amazing, amazing man. All my grandfathers, and certainly the grandmothers, do have some roots in New York State because my grandfather, who was born, our earliest ancestor was born in New York area at the turn of the century, and I mean, as we turned into the 1800s. He would go off to fight. He was a free man of color, fair. He was a fair man. And he could have passed, his brother did. He was a free man of color, and he would enlist in the U.S. colored troops in Hart's Island, New York. He would enlist with his own horse, which was unusual as well. So he didn't have to fight. But he chose not to live a life in the shadows. My mother, he would actually chase Lee through the foothills of Virginia and be there at Appomattox when Lee surrendered. So I actually know where my grandfather was April 8th through 9th in 1865. His unit would be decommissioned in Brownsville, New York, which is, I think, in Brooklyn. So I'm not a native New Yorker, so I have no idea most of the time where I am. Those who know me well know that is actually a true statement. The ancestors were storytellers. My mother's a genealogist. And they said there are three things you own: your name, your word, your story. And integrity always matters. And your integrity is not for sale. They would go on to Illinois and become actually the Illinois pioneers. Those are people who were there before Illinois became a state. And I happen to know my grandfather. I mean, he was an amazing, amazing man. I remember telling my great-grandfather, who was part of the, he actually played in the old Negro Leagues. Got the picture and everything. Would be wounded in World War I in one of the French troops. And I remember telling him as a young girl, I must have been 4 or 5, that I was going to be a doctor and I was going to take good care of him. So I wanted to be a doctor when I was very young, very, very young. And I would say that became my reality. I went to University of Michigan, Michigan State, because we settled, they're actually from Michigan. And I went to what you would consider elite medical schools. I would go out into the fields, ran a migrant clinic for people who were unhoused, and learned a lot about the nobility of poverty. You go out there thinking we're going to help these people, and you actually learn more about yourself. So we take an RV out into the fields, Mason, Michigan, and we gave prescriptions that were outdated to people. They're actually good for about 2 years. Most of them are. Go into the cabinets. This is back in the day when they used to bring, you remember, Lynn, when they used to bring you all the food and things of that nature? They can't do that now. But we took all those samples and we took them and we gave them to people to make them healthier. I'm Catholic. Questioning Catholic always drove my mother just a little nuts. I figure the great whisperer can handle a few questions from Carmen Green. Can knock me down, lift me up. Hey, there we go. And so I learned from nuns who were physicians. I learned from priests who were physicians. And again, more and more about the nobility of poverty and about the calling that is medicine. So I'm at these elite medical schools. And I'm going to ask you the question is, how do we define elite? How do we consider being, everybody wants to be ranked in U.S. News and World Reports. But are we elite if we allow healthcare disparities to exist and persist, allow people to die before their time? Less than a mile away from a medical school. Is that elite? And particularly when they're black and brown people. So I go back to Michigan. And I start this career trajectory. Didn't know exactly what I was doing. But I was listening to the people who I was taking care of, that I have the honor of taking care of. And I was learning about disparities in pain care before I knew the word, what the word disparities meant. I had the honor of learning from James Jackson. And if you look at some of the major scholars that do work on disparities, it was James. James was the first one to say, black people do not need to be compared to white people because intrinsically, the hypothesis is flawed. James died a few years ago, and actually when he died, they had a full-page thing in the obituary section of the New York Times because of he's got the Congressional Medal, and I learned at his feet. And I hope every day that my work is worthy of the time and effort he put into me. And he was a social scientist. He wasn't a physician. Social scientist. So he was seeing things too. So my career would go on to look at pain and pain care disparities. Why is it that a woman would come in and talk about her pain complaints and they would be dismissed? And now I'm not mad at anybody. White men would come in, we'd open up the vault, they get access to everything, whereas these other people had to prove that they had pain. Unfortunately, because of the socialization of medicine and how we are socialized, we may have caused harm. Lynn, you know we caused some harm. And there comes a point in time in which you awaken to the disparities. So I grew up in a place and time in which I was actually the youngest in my medical school class, and there were very few people that looked like me. So you're socialized in a certain way. And I think about this as often being purposeful. And the more you go along, if you don't check yourself, you become more and more like your captors. So, Carmen Green's walking around trying to figure out how to become tenured. Didn't even know what seed funding was or startup package was. And when I found out, I said, oh, you need a startup package. Chair offered me $25,000. I said, okay, that's great. Didn't realize that somebody else over there was getting $1 million startup package. And I would say that the expectations of somebody who is African American, Native American, getting tenure at the University of Michigan were probably not the highest. The research, people would call your research, that social research you do, because you're looking at disparities. And I say this because I actually have some students, so actually if you're going to skip class, you're going to learn something today. How about that? Rito, I see you down there. And I worked hard. I get there early. I'm an anesthesiologist after all. You get there early now. And you don't want to start a surgery without me. Trust me. We can do it, but it ain't pretty. And I stay in my office late so nobody would really know that I was there studying, working, creating the hypothesis, rewriting the paper, et cetera, et cetera. And I'd get tenured. And when I got tenured, my tenure package was highlighted to the University of Michigan Regents, which is one of the highest honors that you can receive. You can't ask for it. And people who are been highlighted are like Francis Collins, who's at the University of Michigan. You guys know who Francis is? Maybe you need to go back to class. Former director of the NIH and person who defined our genome, the human genome. So I'd be, again, one of the only. My tenure, and I never forget the day that I called my mama and said, I have received tenure. She said, wait a minute, I got to pull over. Now telling me all about it. So I was one of a few, and certainly the first African-American tenured at the University of Michigan in anesthesiology. It wasn't until later that I realized that I was the only black woman who was a full professor of anesthesiology anywhere in the country. And I don't say that because of the fact that that makes me special. I am special. My mother always told me I was special. But there's a whole lot of other talent. Every single time you see one of these pictures of one of our young men walking across this screen, there were three other students who came from that same community who could also be doctors. Do you hear me, gentlemen? So you're not special, and they certainly often don't treat you as if you're special, but then you realize that you're the only one, right? So I get known for my research that focus on, and what we're known for is germinal and seminal work that focus on pain and pain care disparities, why a woman would come in and receive lesser quality care, why black people receive lesser quality care, even when they presented for the same problem. And that caught the attention of a lot of people. So I had actually spent some time in the United States Senate working as a health policy fellow. And I'm proud to say that one of the things that I worked on was the Affordable Care, what would become part of the Affordable Care Act that focused on the national pain care policy. We wrote that piece of legislation. And then there was the Institute of Medicine that talked about disparities. And what got people to write, to the members of Congress to really rally around this concept of pain care and quality pain care was they just could not imagine disparities in pain care, such that one group of people received lesser quality than another. And I could make the case that, you know, sometimes we treat our animals better than we treat our people. So that's where I came up with this genesis of unequal burden and unheard voices. And that in many ways, I come from, I told you, a family of storytellers. That I was put in place to tell some of these stories. And so we would write papers about why black and brown people could not get their medications filled in certain communities. And the trap. I would write a paper that actually was pretty challenging, which was and this is a critical time in this country's history, now as well as then, where we found out that African Americans coming into our healthcare systems, and this happened, I give all credit to a chaplain who came to me and said, Dr. Green, I was a vice president at the time. Dr. Green, I believe that black people are having security called on them more so than whites. I couldn't believe that. But you never give something like this, somebody who's pretty intellectually curious and understands data and knows how to analyze the data, something like that. We would soon find out that what the chaplain said was true. And it wasn't by a little bit. It was actually almost a threefold difference in African Americans having security called on them. And it wasn't a bunch of BMI students with their pants sagging, if you know what I mean. Because that's the perception. So sometimes my students get a little upset with me because I kind of have a little conversation about what they're wearing. Because I want people to take my young men and women. Oh, I heard the word, seriously. They didn't get that when I first came to Sophie Davis or the CUNY School of Medicine. I have a beautiful Thaddeus, if he's out there, who had his birthday yesterday. I'm away from him, in large part because I want to be with this motley crew. But anyway, almost a threefold difference, and this was happening to physicians. It was happening to professors. It also coincided with a time in this country's history when I was doing this analysis. I looked at 10 years, almost 10 years worth of data, when, you know, the name of Michael Ferguson. people being disproportionately. And if you kind of look at our data, that paper, we called it Visiting Black Patients, that particular paper, that it almost overlays, almost identically, the percentages, the threefold difference in black and brown men and people being shot by police. Now, don't get me wrong, I got a brother who's a police officer, and he's a good man. And then you start looking at the black maternal morbidity rate, you kind of say, something is wrong. Something is very wrong. And because I wrote that paper, it was a moment in time of integrity, where your integrity is, you know, I went into this project not thinking I was going, and I reran the data multiple times, looked at it multiple different ways, and there was no other way to look at that. But there's a moment in your life when you have to sort of stand up and you recognize your oath. And the oath that I took so many years ago was an oath to the patient, not to administration. And suddenly, you're not very popular. And you're kind of on your knees, but you know who your ancestors are. So it was all those types of things that gave me the opportunity. They contacted me. I was cared about diversity. I've been helping people write papers, cared about disparities, and they contacted me about this little school. They called it Sophie Davis. I'd heard about it when I applied to medical school, but they didn't take people from outside New York, right? And it met all of diversity, focusing on educational and healthcare disparities. So I came. And I thought I can make a difference. And just like when I went out to these migrant fields, I didn't know a whole bunch of young people could change me. People beyond my own beautiful kids. So I call them kids. We got 2,677 alums. From a very little school that started 50 years ago as Sophie Davis. That came out of the civil rights movement. So we're actually celebrating our 50th birthday. Anyone who wants to come to our gala, it's in October. We'd love to have you. I'm shameless, I know. But it's special. So who are these people, and why would I come to this school that nobody actually knew about? But let me be clear, those who don't soon will. I've not been dean 3 years yet. They had decided to have a little bit of a party for me yesterday because they thought I was a flight risk. The actual day, my first day on the job was October 4th, let's get it correct. And so tomorrow will be my 3rd year anniversary here. Oh, thank you. Thank you. When I came here, the school was on probation. And within a short period of time, we got it off. In fact, my first day on the job was with the accreditors. Gerald knows. With the accreditors. And I said, here, I did not come here to close the doors of this place. I came to open them wide open. And soon we got off of probation. And then within a year and a half, so the kids get to hear how challenging it was, right? Within a year and a half, we were fully accredited, and the accreditors had talked about how much had been done. So we're now a fully accredited medical school, and we're actually in the process of going to what I call the next, so it's CUNY Med 1.0, CUNY Med 2.0, CUNY Med 3, we're at CUNY Med 4.0, and I've had the honor of being the dean. And I have the honor of being the dean of the most important medical school, and I'll tell you why. See, I keep repeating that. Who are our people? Predominantly, our students come from New York City. They often come from public medical schools. If you look at the demographics of medical students in the United States, 80% of them come from the top 2 quintiles of household incomes. That is not our students. And I'm proud that that is not our students. If you look at the numbers, so we take our students as undergrads. So in many respects, we are probably the most selective medical school in the country. They come in as undergrads, they go through an accelerated bachelor's into the MD program. 60%, 62% this year are African American or Latinx. They are underrepresented in medicine. 40% African American, 22% Latinx. We could do more. But if you look at African Americans, we are number 4, number 5 behind several HBCUs in the nation in the percentage of African Americans physicians graduating them. If you look at the state, we're number 1. Thank you. That's not about me, it's about them. And we're number 1, not by a little bit, we're 4-fold different compared to everybody else. If you look at the number of black MD graduates in New York City, graduating MD graduates from New York City, 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 are graduates from our school. If you look at the state, 1 in 8 black MD graduates are from our school. This small little school that some of you have never even heard of. This small little school is changing the face of medicine. Oh, we hear about BMI. And 10% of any class or greater are black men. So I asked Gerald, I said, Gerald, I've been doing some of the calculations. So since BMI was established, he said there's about 77 that we know of, BMI students. And if each one of them took care of 2,500 to 3,000 patients, which is the average on a panel each year, those black and brown men are taking care of over 200,000 patients each year. And that's only for since BMI, we have numbers. We're going to go back when we get a little bit of time and actually check the numbers. It is not insignificant. This small little school. So when you look at graduation rates, you talked about 1 year people didn't graduate. Well, actually, our Graduation rates for our 3-year graduation rates, or 4-year graduation is 78%. 6-year bachelor's graduation is 82%. Our passage on the STEP exam, which is a major high-stakes exam, we never use the MCAT, never will. We consider it an institutional structural barrier. I think we are probably the only school that really uses it for the entire program. Is the same as the national average, actually 1 percentage more. And over 50% of our students go out and take care of the people, and almost 40% take care of people who are the most underserved, and 2.5-fold difference compared to the rest of the country. That's some of the people who you're seeing, you have the honor of seeing right now, who will one day, if they don't skip too many classes, will walk across the stage and I will give them a diploma and usually a hug. I don't let anybody else hug them because we'll slow things down. And I'm a little selfish. That's who we are. And our commitment remains in that particular space. And I would say with some of the help of Dr. Holden and the work that we're doing things that have typically tripped people up. The Step 1 exam, so I said, oh, we got a problem here, because the Step 1 exam is a problem for people all over the country. We put in a bridge to clerkship program. We aren't going to just let students go out, and that's what happened before. That was before. That was yesterday, but not today. Not today. So we put a program in place. I brought in a full tutor. I've added wellness and wellness activities. A kid can walk in and see a therapist, including the dean, anytime, without writing a check, without an appointment, because we care about them. The unwell cannot be taking care of the unwell. So our Bridge to Clerkship program, actually we found out, our data suggests that, most people go out and do some independent study. Our students were going out getting jobs and things of that nature, everything that distracts them and not having the structure and the support in which to be successful. And actually we found out 80% of the students who have done our Bridge to Clerkship program, who've had to do it for one reason or another, have passed the Step 1 exam, propelling them towards an MD in 2 years. We've done the same thing as it relates to our PA program. We are committed to people getting through. And let me just take a little pause for our PA program. Why don't you stand up? Beautiful. Now, I'm surprised that he's not in the internet cafe that we've created, but he's here. I see you. Probably the first black PAs in the country graduated from this little school. Miss Annie Brown shows up. Looks like Gladys Knight and the Pips, because we were the first public or second public PA program in the country. So the first black and brown people probably graduated from here. We're proud of that. What's the future look like for us? We want to do this and more. This and more. We want to increase our class sizes because what? Oh, health care, we got women dying in the act of childbirth. Ladies and gentlemen, and they're disproportionately black, in the richest country in the world. We got men, their lives being cut short by prostate cancer, and black men disproportionately in the richest country in the world. There's been no greater country than the United States of America, yet we cannot take care of, and regardless of social class now, And this school, this little school, shows that it has shown that it can address educational disparities successfully. You just got to work at it. You got to work at it. And all these people, you saw the NYUs and all this type of stuff, all these young people were polished at the CUNY School of Medicine to be the jewels that they are. We believe we are the jewel in the crown now. And I say that without ego, without bravado. So our ability to do more, our ability to bend that disparities curve by producing doctors that look like these people. So, if we were to even double our class, triple our class, we could put out 400 more doctors, which would be 300 more doctors in health professional shortage areas. Now, let me tell you this. It's not easy work. Yeah, brother, it ain't easy. And it costs us a lot more to do this. Sophies, can you stand up? They're worth it. You can't stand up because you're a PA and you think you're better than the rest of us? So, as long as I'm dean, today, not yesterday, and maybe not tomorrow, our commitment remains the same. We're going to produce the medical professionals that New York needs. We got a physician and a PA shortage. And the ones that people want to see. And this school, this little school, which is already having this outsized impact, will change the skyline of academic medicine in New York City and beyond. So I am the honor of being the dean for these young men, and I thank you so very much for inviting me to tell a little bit about who we are and where we're going. Thank you so very much.
Another round of applause for Dr. Carmen Renee Green, Dean of the CUNY School of Medicine. Dean Green, I must tell you that as I listened to you and I did my psychological assessment, that you are a pioneer, an inspiration, a force of nature, and I think we can all agree that Dr. Green has demonstrated how we can turn our pain into power, into triumph. Thank you again, Dean Green. Now it's my distinct pleasure to introduce a gentleman who I already know, but my good friend Ron West, part of BMI, can't stop talking about you. And if you all know Ron West, you know his favorite phrase. He's fabulous, just fabulous, fabulous. Programming and solutions focusing on community violence and other disparities that affect us disproportionately, especially in urban and global health. And some really fascinating stuff about Dr. Gore, in addition to his great suit, and I love those shoes that you have on. Dr. Gore is a member of the 2016 inaugural class of the TED Talks residents. He's also, yeah, you can give him a round of applause for that. He is one of the Roots 100 most influential African Americans in 2020. He is one of the top 10 2018 CNN heroes alongside other humanitarians from around the world. In 2018, he was the Presidential Leadership Scholar with work coordinated by the presidential libraries of the past U.S. presidents, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush, and Lyndon Johnson. And he never stops working and never stops giving. He has lectured around the United States, the Caribbean, Canada, Australia, South America, Asia, and has worked in East Africa and South America. And then I want to tell you about his work in Haiti. As you all know, I am a Haitian American. Since 2008, he has worked as a consultant for Clinique Espérance et Vie in Terrier Rouge in northern Haiti, and has been involved in efforts to establish a regional healthcare system in the northern part of Haiti, and Haiti needs you now more than ever. So thank you for everything you do. Everyone, please, please, a round, warm applause for Dr. Rob Gore.
So I guess I'm here by myself. I wasn't sure if we were going to have a dialogue together up here, but I would definitely welcome that. I want to thank you all for having me today. It means a lot to be here, not just because I'm not working clinically. I got off at 1 o'clock this morning, so I was more than happy to leave the Department of Emergency Medicine at Kings County. But I get to see a lot of friends. I get to see a lot of mentors. I also get to see a lot of students and people who are becoming their families and their ancestors' wildest dreams. This is tough work. This is incredibly tough work, and many of us don't get a chance to do this, not because we don't have the abilities, but because we don't have people putting us in these positions of power to access these resources to continue on with education, with the betterment of being able to serve our people in a most incredible capacity. This is my 22nd year as a physician, and this is my 18th year at Kings County Hospital and SUNY Downstate Medical Center practicing emergency medicine. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. Are there certain days I wish would never have happened? Most definitely. But I think that's just a part of the process. When I walked into the center today, I got some good news. And I walked in here, in this room, I got even greater news. The first good news I'll tell you, we just got awarded a grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. I got a text while I was on the train saying, give me a call. And it was a brother that I met probably 15 years ago. He said, I know we haven't talked in a while, but we've been following your work. And I'll get into describing some of the work that we're doing. But he said, we're giving you an award. We've seen you guys for a long time, and so we're going to give you an award for your organization, CAVI, which is a hospital, school, and community-based violence intervention program. And he said, guess what? This is not a grant, which means there are no strings attached. And so people who are in the nonprofit space or even in the for-profit space and you wind up having access to money, especially government money, there can be many, many issues with accessing that money, which can impair your ability to carry out programming. And so I got that. I literally was on the phone call walking into the center. And then when I walk in, I see Dr. Holden, who's a mentor of mine. I've known Dr. Holden since I was in high school, and although she and I look the same age, and matter of fact, she's aging backwards, I was really proud that she was able to give the address earlier. And then when I look on the screen, 90% of the students who they're not students anymore, 90% of the black male physicians who were on that screen during Dr. Green's presentation were my mentees and my students. And to see the incredible work that they've been doing over a period of time, as not even as residents, but now as attending physicians who are doing work around this country and around the world, makes me very proud. But it also makes me realize of the importance of me being here. Dr. Charles Drew, African-American surgeon and blood plasma pioneer whose work has saved the lives of millions, once said, we need to go where we are needed most, to bring the knowledge and the skills that we've acquired back to the places that have nurtured us. This is exceptionally important. When we look around the United States, when we walk in our emergency departments, when we walk around our communities, many of us who have an opportunity to leave, leave, and they don't come back. And because they don't come back, the people, the patients, the people who are in our communities who have fought many battles, many of which we will never ever hear about, don't get a chance to benefit from their expertise. Because we're taught, once you get it, once you make it, get out. Go someplace else. I tell my students all the time, go someplace else, but I also tell them to come back. Come back to that place that nurtured us. But it's so imperative that we consider what our communities look like and why it's extremely vital that we come back. As healthcare providers, when we understand the needs of the community, when we understand the pulse, the culture, the slang, the style of dress, the accents, the food, we have a different kind of connection. It's not just a science experiment when we engage with patients, but we really do understand who these people are. And when you look at these patients, or I don't want to say patients, these people that we're connected to, when you have that genuine connection, you don't experiment on them. When we provide services, we ensure that they're going to be we go above and beyond the call of duty to ensure that they're healthy, well, and at their best. Their survivability and their ability to thrive is a personal matter. When we look at healthcare, and we're just individuals who are looking at patients almost as a science experiment, and all the healthcare providers in here and all the PA students and the medical students, when you're in clinical spaces, you know what I'm talking about. When people look through you and they identify you purely as a medical record number, purely as a diagnosis, they don't see us. And when they don't see us, bad things happen. Most of my work in here has been, followed around, focusing on violence prevention. Let me give you a little bit of background story. So I grew up in Brooklyn. I grew up in pre-gentrified Fort Greene. I grew up in Flatbush. I went to elementary school at PS 235, which is directly across the street from Kings County Hospital. So the patients that I take care of are people who I know intimately. Their family, their friends, they're my neighbors, and ensuring that they're healthy and well and at their best is a very, very personal matter. Not just because I want to make sure that they do well, but if I don't make sure they do well, I get the phone calls. I get the text messages all hours of the night. When my doorbell was working, I would get the doorbell ring. So it's a very, very personal matter to come back and practice in this space. But because I am connected, and when you see things that are affecting people in your community, these repetitive conditions, any kind of healthcare disparity you can recall, these are often repetitive in our communities because those safety nets don't often exist. And for me personally, seeing young Black and Latino males who are coming in as victims and survivors of violent trauma was a very personal issue to me. Homicide is the #1 cause of death for Black men ages 15 to 34. As a high school kid growing up in Brooklyn, then moving to Atlanta and seeing a lot of violence taking place in the SWATs in Southwest Atlanta, and moving to Buffalo for medical school, seeing those same issues affect young Black and Latinx males. Then moving to Chicago to do my residency at Cook County Hospital and seeing those same recurrent themes of violence and trauma affecting people who are in my age bracket. Fortunately, I'm a little bit more seasoned now, and homicide is not the #1 cause of death for people who are 48 years old. But when I would come into the hospital, when I walked down the street, I'd often wonder, am I going to be next? Are people that are friends of mine or my family members going to be next? And I began looking at solutions, focusing on not just treating patients, but making sure they don't come back, making sure that, I tell patients all the time, I joke with them, but I'm also very serious. I say, I would love to have you come back, but not as a patient. You can come say hi. You want to drop off some food. You want to hug your nurse, hug your docs. If you just want to be thankful that you're still here, do that. But I don't want to see you come back as a patient, because that means we didn't do our job. If you were coming back in worse condition possible that you were in before, there's something that we missed. A number of years ago, I founded an organization called CAVI, which is the Kings Against Violence Initiative. And CAVI is a hospital, school, and community-based violence intervention and prevention program focusing on making sure that young people who are affected and impacted by violence and trauma don't come back. We utilize a public health approach, meaning that if we understand the risk factors and if we engage and mitigate those risk factors, then we can change the entire scope of this issue that we're looking at, focusing on interpersonal violence. Our hospital program focuses on working with people who've been injured as a result of interpersonal violence. We get them linked up to psychosocial resources, everything from counseling, but also having an advocate. Listening to Dr. Green, she's so eloquent, but because she's eloquent and there's passion behind those words, she can advocate on our behalf. Part of our work as healthcare providers is not just taking care of the patient, not just diagnosing, not just administering a treatment plan, an assessment plan, and then having them follow up, but it's being an advocate, speaking up on their behalf behind closed doors, in other spaces where policy is connected, where funding is connected. Because if people say, oh, I went into medicine because I just want to give back, but I don't want to deal with the policy stuff. I don't want to deal with the politics of this. I don't want to deal with the money issue. My dad's an activist. He's the gentleman over there with the camera. He's an activist and educator, been involved in television and media for decades. But when we talk, he and I have had these conversations over decades now about activism and even just healthcare. He said, this is the work. It's not just treating the patients. The work is the politics. The work is navigating these spaces. The work is coming in day after day, fighting with politicians, fighting with your staff to ensure that your patients have the resources just to get through the day. We're not even talking about surviving. We're just talking about getting through the day. That is the work. And so it's not just that you have to be well-versed in your clinical abilities. You have to be articulate. You have to be able to articulate these points in so many spaces, because if people don't see you, they don't hear you, they don't understand your ideas, how can you advocate on their behalf? How can the funding come in? Dr. Green she's not just a dean, she's a dean at a public medical school. Do you know what that means? Not just the incredible feat of what she does, but I've had some I've been involved in the nonprofit space for a very long time. Funding doesn't come in the way that we think it comes. We think we have a medical problem, we have an issue that we're trying to tackle. Dr. Quash understands as well. You apply for a grant and you think you get that grant. When you get that grant, you can start your program. No. Government money takes anywhere from 6 months to 2 years once you have access to that, once you get awarded that grant. But you're expected to continue those programs. You're expected to do these things. And so if you don't understand the politics of negotiating and trying to access money and funding in different areas, how can your programs thrive? If your programs can't thrive because those are the safety nets for our people, how do our patients do well? If you don't have the support for the infrastructure that's required for your patients to do well, it shouldn't be rocket science why our hospitals and our emergency departments are overfilled and filled up beyond capacity. So the policy, the speaking, the understanding the finances, the advocacy, that is the work. There's nothing else. That's the work. These are the things that you've signed up for. I don't care if you're not good at it, get good at it. You have to become great at things that you're not great at. If you suck at it, so what? One of my deans in medical school, I went to Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. And shout out to anybody who's from the AUC. We're very proud people, much like our CUNY brothers who are at, they don't call them, they're not HBCUs. What's the word? PBIs. A very similar space. Not even PBIs? What do they call them? And that's minority. These are the organizations the melanated institutions around this planet that have a mission in ensuring that melanated and disenfranchised communities are well taken care of. When I was at Morehouse College, one of the pre-medical dean was a gentleman named Thomas Blocker. He passed away a number of years ago. And Dean Blocker used to say, repetition breeds familiarity. He said, repetition breeds familiarity. That means when you do something over and over again, those concepts begin forming. They start, integrating into parts of our brain. Understanding from a neurological level, you start to fuse these new neural pathways, but that can only happen with repetitive behaviors. Not just being haphazard and doing something here and there, but doing something in a way that's somewhat rhythmic. And that's how you start to build those pathways so that you can execute certain functions effortlessly. The repetition is the work. People say, oh, I didn't get it the first time around. So what? Go back and do it again. I can talk a lot about, I would love to open up the mic to the audience. But before I do that, there are three things that I want to make sure that you all understand, because my job here in this space is to make sure that we get you to the other side. Those who are support staff, it's imperative that we help get you to the other side, because without the support staff, we can't do this job as healthcare providers. The first thing is, you have to understand why you're doing this work. Medicine is challenging. It is taxing work. It is emotional work. And if you aren't prepared if you don't understand why you're doing this, you're going to give up. And then there are people who are out there who aren't going to benefit from your future expertise. Last night, I got off at 11 o'clock at night, but I didn't leave the hospital till 1 o'clock in the morning. The last patient I took care of was actually a friend. She was a friend of mine's mother. He passed away a number of years ago, but she was coming in because she was altered and confused. She has MS, and we weren't sure if she was having a stroke or having a seizure or some sort of MS flare-up. The good news is, after a few hours, after fluid and hydration, she started to get better. And she started to turn around, and she recognized me, and I was able to hold her hand for a number of minutes. And then after a while, her phonation started to improve, and she started to joke. So that's how I knew she was good. But I had to leave, because they said, I have to go upstairs because I have to see your other son. Her other son is also a friend, and he was a patient who I admitted, he came in the ER with, he had recurrent back pain symptoms consistent with sciatica. But he said, Rob, Dr. Gore, he said, something's not right. He said, I'm losing weight. And I said, come to the ER, I'm going to be on 3 to 11 this evening. And I admitted, I took a look at him, I was like, he doesn't look right. He was much bigger than me, very muscular before, but he was very thin, had temporal wasting, and he had back pain and nerve pain. And he said, I can't eat. He had early satiety. So I did a pan scan, scanned his head, scanned his neck, scanned his chest, scanned his belly, scanned his spine. He has metastatic lung cancer with spinal mets. And he was also a patient upstairs. So when I say when you go back to the places that have nurtured you, you have no idea how your presence is going to impact the people in your community. And this is a young man who came to the hospital multiple times, and we got him follow-up before this whole ordeal took place, but it took a while. But the only reason why I was expedited is because we were able to advocate on his behalf, because I understood who he was and what was going on, and I was like, no, we can't wait for you to get this follow-up. And because things weren't working out with the regular outpatient follow-up, we said, you're going to come back and we're going to take care of you. People will live and do well because of your presence. So we have to have you there. Another thing is, medicine is physical and it is mental work. You have to be the epitome. You have to be in peak physical condition. You have to be the peak, in peak mental shape. You have to be in physical shape and mental shape. Not just one or the other, both. Are there any surgeons in the audience here? Or anybody who wants to go into surgery? Okay, there's one right here. Do you know how long surgeries can take? 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. And that's if you don't have a complication for some of them. If there's a complication, you are there for a long period of time. So for the medical students and our PA students and our PAs and physicians, When you complain about being up for long periods of time, and say, oh man, I'm here 8 hours, 9 hours, I was supposed to get out a long time ago. No, we are preparing you because you don't know what disasters are going to take place and what your role is going to be there. You don't know when you're going to go home. I've worked locally in disasters around the city from the COVID pandemic. I've worked in earthquake zones. I worked in Haiti since 2008, 2009. I've been down there where you're burning the midnight oil when people you're expected to be there even if you're tired, overworked, underpaid, not paid, hungry. How you work through adversity is how your patients survive. So if you're not in peak physical condition to be able to withstand the rigorous hours of being in the OR, being in the emergency department, and by the way, for people who work in the ER, that's also physical work. You might have to hold the patient down who's completely dysregulated. They might be 6'5", 250 pounds, and now law enforcement or hospital police don't hold patients down. So what do? I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Judo, so I have a little bit of an advantage in some of these things, but this is physical work. And then you gotta go back and see patients after you hold them down. And because the patient has cursed you out and said things and thrown urine at you, and taking a poop on the floor or in the garbage can. By the way, I'm not making this stuff up at all, by any means. You've got to figure out how to maintain your composure and understand who this person is. My judo coach says something. He said, focus on the problem, not the person. And so when you understand that, when you're emotionally regulated, when you're the epitome of mental health, you can see the problem and not necessarily focusing on the person as this adversary. It's like, what is this person going through? This person is completely dysregulated. They may be neurodivergent. They may be having a psychotic break. They may be having a lupus flare-up, and they're altered. They may be altered because they were assaulted and they have a head bleed, a frontal head bleed, and you're just looking at them as being a jerk because they're cursing and they're belligerent. No, these are real things that are going on. So you have to at least be able to regulate your own individual emotions and understand your own personal triggers and personal traumas so that you can solve that problem effectively, being objective. Because this is how people stay alive. You got to understand why you're doing this. You have to. If not, our communities are going to suffer and people are going to die from things that are treatable in other parts of the world but not treatable in ours. I want to thank you all, and I'm going to open up.
We have the mics on the floors here, so if there's any students who would like to come and ask a question of Dr. Gore, he'd love to interact. So we have a mic on this side, mic on this side. Just feel free to come on down, and this is somewhat of a fireside chat.
Not everybody all at once.
Hi everyone. So I waited for the students to come. I'm actually not a student. I am here because I'm a licensed psychotherapist at LaGuardia Community College. And I have a question because I know there's often a lot of talk about pathways programs and specifically for professional and medical degrees, but I noticed that sometimes it seems unintentional that community colleges are left out of the schema of a pathway program. I'm often using my own resources as my two brothers who graduated from Morehouse. One's an infectious disease doctor, the other is a health and compliance attorney. I'm using my own resources to try to guide students through those. And I work in a program that's historically for Black students founded by Percy Ellis Sutton. So I'm wondering, do you have any suggestions, how I got tangible suggestions on how I can bridge that gap for those students? Because there are things that I just don't know,
That's an excellent question. I'm so glad for people in the audience to understand. We're talking about augmenting pathway programs for community colleges, which are a major resource, and they're often an untapped. My colleagues and I actually been having conversations about engaging with people at community college. One of my best friends teaches at Bronx Community College, and he also teaches at Bunker Hill Community College in Boston. And many of these students who come from these community colleges are there not because they are any less smart, from the people who are in four-year institutions or in graduate programs. They may have other family responsibilities that don't allow them to go to school full-time. They may be an ESL person, they may be a new immigrant, and they don't have the same language abilities yet to help them navigate other spaces of academia in the way that they want to, so they go to community college almost as a transition space. But I think we do need to include students in these pipelines. I'm having a brain fart of the person's name, but a friend of mine from Morehouse, Curtis, I can't remember his last name, but if you Google Real Men Teach, Curtis, thank you. Thank you, Brother Bell. So Curtis Valentine is one of my Morehouse brothers. He's down in Maryland, and he has a program called Real Men Teach, which has been focusing on increasing males in the education space. But he does incredible work with pipeline programs and community colleges, mainly in the DMV, the DC, Maryland, and Virginia area. Many of those students have gone on to minority-serving institutions, PBIs, some of the Native American institutions, and also, more importantly, in my space, historically black colleges and universities. Those students also wind up transitioning, so he would be an incredible person to be able to engage with. There's another person, one of my best friends from college, a guy named Jason Green. Jason Green is in the ed tech space, and they've been working in the New York City area as well as around the world in helping school districts access the tech in their schools. They've been doing this work before the pandemic and during the pandemic, and they have also been working extensively with pipelines. The reason why I bring up, people who are, this is a medical conference, why are we talking about education and accessibility? When you're developing a company, you always have to think about who your audience is. And if you don't have accessibility to that audience because so there's certain things that we can pay for when you're up close and personal, but if you're abroad and in a space where people don't have the same sets of resources, you've got to figure out how do you get the information to the people. So utilizing this stuff in a very digital space becomes important, which is why the organization is called Link Learning. So take a look at them. They're actually doing a lot of incredible stuff utilizing AI and accessibility to technology in the education space. If you can work faster, you can work smarter, and that means you can lower the price point for what it means for people to have access. If you can lower the price point, more people can benefit from those services. That's something that we need to consider in the education space as well as in the medical space. Brother Bell.
Dr. Rob Gore, thank you for joining us this morning after that another late night. The last time you and I saw each other at Boys and Girls High School, you had come after a late night. I see a pattern here. For those who are meeting me for the first time or seeing me for the first time or hearing me speak in my low register for the first time, my whole full name is Dallas Lee Bell, and I was able to grow in grace and stature across North America as the sturdy black bridge. I want to thank you, Dr. Gore, not only for what you do in medical environments, but for your first book. There are more coming, yes, but first book.
First, maybe more.
And something I have observed about New York City public schools, the sorting of black and brown students starts in the very earliest grades. So I want to ask you, what can we do in October? No need to wait until Election Day or the day afterwards. What can we do to introduce I'm going to use an ethnic phrase here, our school babies to higher education, science, technology, engineering, arts, math, medicine, media? What can we start doing in October 2024, Black Men's Month? What can we collaboratively, collegially start doing with our elementary school students? Because waiting for middle school, not an option. Waiting until high school, not an option. Waiting until junior college or four-year college, we're running behind. So how do we get started with our elementary school babies.
That, Brother Bell, thank you. By the way, people who don't know Brother Bell, he's been an advocate in so many programs around New York City, especially with our people. And he and I hadn't gotten a chance to meet face to face until, we've met face to face a number of times, but I knew about him through media, and he's been pushing programming and letting other people know about programs that are in and around this great city. The first thing that we can do in terms of getting young people involved, period, and I'm looking at Dr. Holden, whose organization, Mentoring in Medicine, is literally doing that. But everybody should mentor. How many of you all in this room have students that you mentor? If every hand hasn't gone up, that means that's a problem. Probably 90% of those people who were on Dr. Green's presentation were students that I've mentored. People are going to do what they can see. They're going to replicate what they can see. If you aren't in those spaces, if you aren't exposing them to these kinds of things, how can you expect them to enter these future spaces? I do activism work, I do education work, I do medicine purely because of my parents and mentors. My dad's been an activist since he was in high school. He got mentored by members of Dr. King's inner circle and got a chance to meet them in the 1960s when he was growing up in Chicago. I'm doing this stuff not because I just decided one day I'm going to wake up and I'm going to do community work. This was something that, I don't want to say was beat into me, but it was something, I don't remember not seeing this kind of work. I don't remember my father or my mother not being an advocate for people in our community. When I was a little kid, I was taken to rallies. I remember when he ran the Jesse Jackson campaign when he ran for president. I remember going to these fundraisers. I remember doing voter registration. I remember going to protest marches for apartheid when this stuff wasn't popular. I remember all these things. I didn't know why I was there. It's kind of like, all right, this is just something that we do. But it is something that you do if you see it. You know, my mother worked with very challenging students. They were brilliant students, but they had a series of challenges. Many of them had adverse childhood experiences, and because of that, they weren't always doing well. But I remember how she would work with them and tutor them, and how she could yell at them, but they would hug her, and they knew that if something was going on, if they were dysregulated, if something was going on with their families, they would immediately go to her because she fought for them. So I don't know anything different. And so if you're not mentoring another student, if you're not mentoring a series of students, how do you expect this pipeline to grow? Dr. Holden and I are seasoned. Dr. Quash and I are seasoned. We look good for our age. Dr. Bell is seasoned. My father is seasoned. But at some point, we are going to slow down because we have other responsibilities. We may not move as swiftly because they need us in other spaces. We're not stopping doing the work. So if we, my father mentioned this a while ago when we were doing work in Haiti and said, a lot of our organizations don't plan for their successors. You have to plan for your replacement right now. So being here, there's some selfish reasons why I'm here today, but mainly because we're trying to plan for our successors. So if you don't take this helm up, if you don't do this work after we're gone, then the incredible work that's been done by our people who fought many battles that you will never hear about, then the work dies out with the founders. So we need you to step up. We need you to mentor not one, not two, but multiple students. And if you suck at it, again, get better at it. Find a mentor. Find somebody who can help model that behavior so that you can assist and do this stuff effectively and efficiently. In judo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Judo, there are a lot of different phrases, but a lot of them are to motivate you, but help you to think. There are two things. There's one, Jita Kaioi, that means mutual benefit. The other one is Serioko Zenyo, that means maximum efficiency and minimum effort. If you're working inefficiently, you're burning unnecessary energy. If you burn unnecessary energy, that means you don't have the bandwidth to tackle more complex problems. In the emergency department, we have a lot of algorithms, and it's mainly, airway, breathing, circulation. It's mainly so that our energy isn't scattered so that we can solve problems effectively. When Dr. Holden and I aren't able to do things within seconds, we're not talking about minutes or hours. When we can't figure out something sometimes in seconds, people die. They die because you can't process something in a matter of seconds. So when we speak about the importance of you doing the repetition, going back, learning these concepts, memorizing formulas. If you can memorize one formula, you can memorize another, but you're actually strengthening neural pathways. This is neurodevelopment 101. This means you can execute functions in an immediate way that will be life-saving. You gotta do this stuff, and you gotta train other people to do this stuff as well. If we train you to become leaders, that means you'll become better leaders. And we become better leaders and understand the community, we understand the pulse, and you can do things quickly. That means you can spend time and energy on solving other complex problems, not solving the same problem over and over again because we haven't figured it out the first time. A friend of mine, her name is Asha Varghese. She's an engineer who works in healthcare. She said healthcare is not a medical issue. It's an engineering issue. It's a systems issue. Because the medicine, our problem is we can't get the stuff to where it needs to get. And so you have to figure out the design aspect of what you're doing, the efficiency of what you are doing so that you can execute these things so people can benefit. And if you don't have a team, you don't have people you're mentoring to take up that helm, you're not able to do that stuff effectively. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank BMCC Director of UMA, who allowed me to come here and represent people who were vision and hearing impaired. And the fact is that we can too participate in the medical field because I'm a retired social worker and I work with clients who were vision and hearing impaired. And I'm still mentoring students who are vision impaired. And it's just the opportunity, and encouraging them to step up and come places like this with me so they can meet other people and be network and be also an access. And just like you say, accessibility. Some of the I'm taking computer science at BMCC now because I don't know too much about computers. And I grew up being denied of education. But I struggle and I struggle and I struggle for each thing. I never even dreamed of coming to college when I was young and growing up, but somehow I advocate for myself and I prayed to my Creator, and I got a chance to get a BA. But now I'm trying to learn computers, and I'm also want my other vision impaired students and people and friends to be encouraged and come out and step up and try to get the resources they need to become healthcare workers or whatever workers they want to be.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Quash. Good morning, Dr. Gordon, audience, my colleagues from Medgar-Evers College. Woo, woo, woo. I am the student wellness specialist at Medgar-Evers College, and Dr. Gordon, I had to come up here today. I wouldn't usually take the mic, but my student is actually, she works for CAVI because she was actually had the opportunity to work under the Brooklyn Recovery Corp for Brooklyn, and I know everything about CAVI. She comes home to me, when I go home, she actually calls me for her long day, and I know it's like a lot of work, and I just thank you for your vision because it has really changed lives, and because of the experiential learning that she received at CAVI, they actually hired her part-time, and she changed her major. She's doing psychology and forensic, and she's also connected her with the PPA, it's People's Police Academy at Medgar-Evers College under Dr. Divine Pryor. So we actually seen like what we can do, what more we can do to really support our young men in the DOE, and she's really taking a helm on that and just really just helping these young men because this is her peer group. And I think it's really important that young people actually support one another. And she understands gun violence, and she's taking classes at John Jay as well as Medgar-Evers College to really be that voice for young men who don't have that voice. And even in the prison, when they actually have to go to represent themselves. Some of them have neurodivergent issues, and who's representing? So she wants to do this work in psychology to really close the gap. So thank you so much.
Thank you. One thing, Ashley, for us too, she's been doing incredible work. With our violence intervention program, I spoke a little bit about the hospital program, but we have our school and community programs. Our school program works with kids who are considered to be at risk, which is technically every kid who lives in central Brooklyn. Everybody's at risk. We see violence, we experience it, it's on the trains. Even if we're not directly involved in it, our cousins, our friends, our neighbors are somewhat connected to it. In our school-based program, we have an entire curriculum focusing on mediation and conflict resolution, a lot of life skills development. There are students who, some of the students were ex-gang members, some of them will drag you down the hall because they were pissed off at somebody else. They may have had a 90 average, but they could scrap. Some of these students are now employees of ours. Some of these students are now, they're staff members. They're getting paid to do work in the community. And so this is also part of the pipeline. They're patients that we've worked with in our hospital program because of the mentorship and the support that they've received from the team. They are now staff members. And so we speak about pipelines. You don't really know how, you can mentor somebody in many different capacities. It doesn't always have to be you're just volunteering at a community-based organization or volunteering at a school. It could be somebody at your job. It doesn't matter what type of employment. It could be, you could be in the food service industry. It could be working in work study. But the goal is make sure you can pass on the insights and things that you've obtained to somebody else who doesn't know those specific things. So please thank Ashley, and I want to thank the Medgar Evers team as well, because we've had a number of students in our program who've gone on to Medgar Evers and have been doing incredibly well.
And I want to thank you, Dr. Gore, for sort of being the button here on this morning half. Can we give Dr. Gore another round of applause? I do want you to kind of mention, if you don't mind, your book. Yeah.
So I have a book that just came out in May of this year. It's called Treating Violence. An emergency room doctor takes on a deadly American epidemic. It's on Beacon Press and Penguin Random House. But it's really my story of understanding trauma and understanding violence through this public health lens. And, you know, I wrote it because of the work that we were doing with CAVI. I wrote it because of the work I had been doing in Haiti and the stuff that I had experienced in working in Kenya. But it was really a way to help process a lot of the stuff that I had experienced as a physician and growing up in Brooklyn. You know, Dr. Holden, you know, I always look at Dr. Holden as an example where you have to kind of turn some of your frustrations into your passions that can transform communities. If we don't write out our ideas, that means there are less numbers of people who can benefit from our ideas. If you don't write these things out, that means there's no template. If there's no template, that means that everybody's trying to create things in their heads, working inefficiently, and you don't pass this information on. So, you know, writing the book itself was a way to kind of document some of the work that we were doing with CAVI, some of the global health work that we were doing, but in a way that was somewhat replicable and being able to be used as talking points for building. So if anyone is interested in doing a discussion, you know, the CUNY team has been super supportive, and some of our founding team members are also CUNY Sophie Davis students, SUNY Downstate students. You know, so if, you know, anybody wants to engage in a discussion about violence and trauma and community building, we can use the book as a template for that, but please let's talk afterwards. But thank you, Dr. Quash, thank you, CUNY BMI, thank you, Dr. Green, thank you, Dr. Garia, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gore. We actually are going to have the book available soon for the BMI students at our career fair, which will be December the 4th. I believe it is the first Friday in December, rather, at the Alhambra Ballroom. So for those, it's going to be a healthcare career fair. So for those interested in the book, you have to come to get it. To the health fair, and we'll have copies. I'm going to arrange for us to have signed copies. The last time I saw Dr. Gore, he was actually signing copies of his book for a Eagle Academy event. But it was an amazing opportunity to find out more about the work he's doing, as well as the work that he's discussing as far as becoming an advocate for our community. So we hope that you can engage with him during lunch. It'll be great, which is what we're here to do right now, and that is to have some lunch. The day is not over. We want you to come back after lunch. We have some awards that we're going to be giving out, and our incredible afternoon keynote speaker is here as well. So you won't want to miss his presentation either. And then even after that, we have a vendor fair from some organizations that are partnering with us today, one of which is Northwell Health, which is our sponsor for today. But we also have other organizations that will be represented after lunch, after 1 o'clock. So please enjoy, and thank you so much. inside. We do appreciate your patience as we begin our second half. So we are ready. We do want to just go over a couple of additional things that we have to bring to your attention. We have some sort of resources to share with you. One is that outside, after we finish here, you'll see on the left is a room with a photo booth in it. I forgot to announce it before. You can take pictures. You can have pictures of yourself or pictures with friends or just something to remember the occasion by. So we're really excited about that, being able to come and really celebrate the day, this 19th annual conference. We also want to just remind you that we have a second day. The second day, which is tomorrow, is on the app HOVA. It's not something that we are going to meet in person with, but it is something that you can see virtually. So you can see it two different ways. If you have the app HOVA, which is primarily a mobile app, but you can see it on your desktop too. But if you don't have HOVA on your computer, you can look at the CUNY BMI YouTube page, and you'll be able to see it there as well. In fact, we're broadcasting literally right now on the YouTube page and on the HOVA app. So people from some campuses wanted to have large groups, and unfortunately this space doesn't accommodate groups of a couple hundred. So they're watching the program live on their campus or in their particular location that they're at. But all of tomorrow will be available through the HOVA app and through the YouTube page. So we do encourage you to go back if you want to, if you weren't here for the entire thing, to go back and look at any of the pieces that you missed, any of the presentations or the information that was given in the beginning. I also wanted to mention, as I mentioned in the first half, we have a career fair focusing on careers in the health industry. So the career fair will be on December the 6th from 12 to 3 at the Alhambra Ballroom, which is 125th Street and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. You'll get more information about that, but it will be something that will be open to all CUNY students. We specifically want to focus on BMI, but also we want to make sure that you know in advance. So we are going to send you an invitation via email to come on out to our career fair. We're going to have a lot of about 30 different companies represented, primarily focusing on careers and internships in the health and health professions industry. So we do encourage you to make sure you pay attention to those emails. They won't necessarily be, it will come from me, but it will also have a HOVA logo on it, so it's not junk mail. It's going to be an invitation to come out. The career fair is free, and lunch is included, but we do encourage you to make sure that you stay tuned for that announcement. I also, just going over, tomorrow there's some amazing opportunities, some amazing workshops tomorrow. The first one being by Dave Chachki, who's one of New York City's most prominent physicians who really sort of handled the pandemic, the crisis. He's doing a presentation called Having Our Risks, a Vision for Health Justice. And his presentation is something that he does in various places, but also proud to say, Dr. Chachki is a member of the CUNY family. He teaches at the Colin Powell Center for Public Policy. And so at 11 o'clock, one of our close friends, Dr. Purvis Taylor, who's not a doctor, but Purvis Taylor, will be presenting You Deserve to Flourish, Tools to Help You Navigate Through Your Mental Health. And I know Purvis has done some workshops recently at Medgar Evers College, and he's done some at York College and some of the other campuses, but this particular one is specifically geared toward this conference from the aspect of mental health and how to navigate through that. We do have a lunch break tomorrow, believe it or not, though it is virtual. But during the lunch break, there's going to be trivia. We're giving away 10 prizes for those attendees who answer the questions correctly. They're all BMI-related questions. Why? Because it's the least Googleable thing. It's something that you can't look up online. These are things that you hopefully would know about BMI, but more than likely you won't. But someone might be able to sort of help you, or you can kind of get close, because some of the answers are fairly easy, but some of them are, because some of them are related to today, but some of them are also things about the Black Male Initiative program that you heard Dr. Irves talk about, and perhaps others who talked about the history of the program. As you know, this is our 19th annual conference. Our 20th annual conference happens to be taking place at Medgar Evers College next year, the first Friday in October. We always have it during this time because there are no classes on these during Rosh Hashanah, so that's the reason why we have it now. Andre Brereton is the campus leader for the Male Development Empowerment Center, and so the conference, rather, the 20th annual conference will take place at Medgar Evers College, and then the night before will be a gala, actually in Brooklyn. But we'll release all. We have plenty of time for you to worry about that. But it is, because it is a 20th anniversary, it is going to be a special year. We're going to have a year-long series of events around the 20th anniversary of BMI. We have quite a few people that BMI has touched over the years and who have supported us. Like Kevin Powell is a great example. He's someone that's been around BMI for 20 years. And a lot of other individuals who are going to be working with us. We have Simone Ford, who's here. She's BMI history in terms of she was at Medgar Evers when the program was beginning, and who's brought a great deal of support to the program through Edison Jackson's staff and through the work that they did at Medgar Evers through the Pi Eta Kappa program, of which I am a member. And so we'll be talking more about that after this conference, but beginning in 2025. And so after lunch, which again will be trivia, we have an incredible workshop by a social worker from Virginia, whom I happen to know. His name is Gary Taylor, but the workshop is Engaging Black Men in Therapy and Mental Health. So hopefully you tune in for that. And then the Dr. Irves mentioned a couple of students who are doing the 3% that he talked about. They're presenting in the afternoon at 3 o'clock, mental health and wellness for adolescent Black teens and men. And then also Black Excellence in Medicine at 2 o'clock. So it's going to be a great, great day. Hopefully you can just sit by your computer all day, have lunch with us, and then enjoy the second half of this conference. But there's a lot of support around this particular programming, and there's a lot of energy around Black medicine, Black men in medicine, Black mental health, as well as other opportunities for us to kind of delve a little bit deeper in some of the things that we actually don't always think about, we don't always talk about, we don't always engage in conversations about. Sometimes we just kind of take it for granted. I had the wonderful opportunity, and somebody here I know was with me, but I went to Adelphi University. They had a conference called Breaking the Ice. It's on Black men's mental health. And they're bringing it to New York City next year. We're working on that, where that's going to be. But it was a very powerful conference. People from all over the state were there talking about Black men's mental health. And there was quite a few powerful workshops. And I spoke with the vice president there who put the conference together. And I said, this is great coming out to Long Island, but there's a whole lot of Black men in New York City. So she said, you're right. So they're going to bring it out to New York City next year, and that's going to be something that we're going to partner with them on, Breaking the Ice. So you'll see a little bit more about that as we move forward. So this particular moment right now, we want to celebrate, if you will, some of our partners that are with us today, some of the ones who really helped to make this program what it is, some of the ones who have rolled up their sleeves to really pitch in wherever they can. The first of which is going to be a person who and these awardees do not know that they're getting the award, by the way. But the first person is really someone who has been helping out with the planning of this this event for several months, close to a year, really. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Rajiv Singh from Queens College is also here and helping out on the volunteer side. But he hosted the conference last year at Queens College when we had Ja Rule and the Lost Boys, and there was a little over 800 students there, and it's a lot of work. There were quite a few workshops going on, and Queens College, as you know, it's not like one thing you can do in one place the whole day. You got to move around. So there was a lot of different, lot of pieces to that particular puzzle. So it takes a lot of work. So this year, the Dr. Joel Ers is receiving our first award. So Dr. Ers, for your hard work, for your dedication, for all the great things you have done with the BMI program, and I've known you many years now, that you never fail to participate and to put your program right at the forefront of what BMI is all about. Sometimes I know Gerald is wiped out. He's completely tired, but because he wears a lot of hats. I don't think people understand, but particularly being director of admissions and having a mentoring program, a medical program, and also having to deal with campus politics is not easy. So if you would join me in saluting the Dr. Joel Ers. His beard has gotten white, but his stride is still smooth, so we appreciate all that he does.
Thank you. I said earlier that this work is completely selfless. I often think about Sam Cooke, change is going to come. Obviously an anthem for the civil rights movement. And it rocked my household as a toddler growing up, experiencing in 4K Dr. King's assassination and hearing my mother scream as if it was one of her sons. I never forgot that experience, and I think it's because of that experience I'm so committed to CUNY BMI. It was and has been my way of making a difference. And parlaying those experiences I had when I was younger to do something proactive, constructive, woke. So this is a validation of that experience, and the struggle continues. Clearly, when you talk about less than 3%, when you talk about the political climate of the country, we'll endure, but the work needs to continue. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Gerald talked about being committed and how much the work means to him. And the next recipient actually he personifies commitment, in my opinion. He is someone that we have had the pleasure of being able to call on at any time to say, Doc, if you don't mind lending your support to this particular program. It is not every day that you can have America's favorite psychologist as not just a board member, but a partner with our programming. And anytime I call on Dr. Jeff Gardier, he says, I'm there. He doesn't have to say anything more, he just says, I'm there. He doesn't say, hello, Jonathan. He doesn't say, how you doing? I'm just playing, Jeff. But he says, I'm there. There's a little personal story. He also knows my brother, and I think he prefers him over me, but it's a joke. He goes to that conference all the time. No, but But you have no idea what it means to have someone of his stature to be able to come and take his not just today, but always, advisory board, anything that we need. Even today, you don't know. He's actually literally working right now. He's been on call all day. During lunch, he didn't eat. He had to do a workshop, so he went to a separate room, and he's still on call, which is why he sits over here with his laptop and his phone, and he has to take calls. He didn't want to say no to this, but he wanted to be here with this. So please join me in saluting our BMI Stellar recipient, Dr. Jeff Gardier.
Before I start, how are you, Jonathan? All right, then. Listen, this is an incredible award. Thank you so very much. CUNY BMI, Ron West introduced me to CUNY BMI, and I wish, you're very kind, but I wish I had even more time to give to this. My son was part of CUNY BMI. He's now in medical school. We worked very hard to get him there. But, bottom line is, yes, we want to increase the number of physician assistants, physicians, nurses, nurse practitioners, anyone in the medical field. But we're just so proud of every single one of you here today. Those of you who have accomplished great things, those of you who have turned that pain, the collective pain that we have as people of color, all of our cousins, turning that into power and triumph. The most important thing is, I know everything has changed since COVID. Perhaps education is not as valued as it once was, but it is not an option for you all. It is mandatory. You must get your education. You must learn. You must be the change agents. Anything can be taken away from us at any time. We're fighting for democracy right now in this presidential election coming up. But one thing they will never, ever be able to take away from you is your education. So keep on fighting and keep on learning. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Next time you go and you see him on television, like The View or wherever, just say, that's my friend, Dr. Jeff Gardier. And the third award is also one that, it means a lot to me, this particular one. There was someone I met many years ago when BMI was in its infancy. When BMI started, I was about 10, and so I was, I know, I'm trying. Slide the jokes in there one at a time. But I was a campus director at York College at the time, and got a chance to meet some of the I think probably, if not the greatest supporter of the Black Male Initiative program in history. And what I mean is, this is someone who really does a great job with respect to connecting the dots. He's someone who calls himself the Sturdy Black Bridge. But he's someone who's more than that. He's someone who will call you 5 in the morning like he did this morning. And I know, I was awake. But what I mean is, that's not because he wants to do anything annoying or anything. He's really sharing and excited. Before this conference, he was double checking with me on next year and making sure I was getting ready for that, because he's reminding me, it's the 20th anniversary. Yeah, I know. And he's reminding me about all these things happening. He's the one who connected me to the Black Male Initiative program at Empire State College prior to Elliot Dawes being there as working with that particular school. So he's made a lot of connections for all of us. He attends everything if he's ever able to, but we seldom probably take him for granted, because we know he's always going to be there and know he's always going to be in the front seat. So I would like you to please join me and stand to your feet in celebrating and saluting the Dallas Lee Bell.
photographer wants a picture? No, say a few words. Oh. In English?
You have 2 minutes, Dallas.
In English? I have to speak to the people
Yes.
in English? I could do that. Well, I'm a native son of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And as an icebreaker, I tell the people, I'm the second great belle to come out of Pittsburgh. Dallas Lee, if you're second, who was first? Derek Albert Bell. First black man to earn tenured professorship at Harvard Law School. He knew, just like Sister Dr. Claudine Gay knew, she was not going to retire from Harvard. Well, Godfather, Brother Derek Albert Bell, he read the handwriting on the wall. He said, this is not going to be my place to retire. So he had Hill Harper running for the U.S. Senate out of Detroit under one elbow for law school years 1 and 2. He had Michelle LaVaughn Robinson Obama and Barack Hussein Obama Jr. under the other elbow for law school year 1 and 2. So I say, after using an icebreaker, we bells, we bring that ringing quality. Now, to conclude with this most elegant award, I cite another Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania brother, the way beyond remarkable August Wilson. Having this to hold and to share takes me to a moment which I cannot give a proper name. Bless and thank you all. And go, Black Men's Month.
We may not want to admit it, but Dallas means a lot to each and every program, and he helps us in ways that are immeasurable, because I know for me, and he knew when I was at York, he would come in my office and spend hours and hours, even when there wasn't a program. But he would come and we'd talk, and often I would leave for hours and come back, he's still there. But it was me also learning, because of the information and the knowledge that he has. It's endless and limitless, and he is social media before there was social media. He in fact created a lot of the connections that we currently have, and so I'm so happy, Dallas, to share this today. When I told the directors we were going to do it, they said no one deserves it more than you. So we appreciate you. So part of today is celebrating, as you know, Black men in medicine. However, we have, as you saw with Dr. Holden and Dr. Green, we have Black women in medicine. We have women in many, many different positions. But in my opinion, one of the fiercest, most fierce leaders in education is my good friend, Dr. Jody Rory. And she is, I don't think I know anyone quite like her. If you know Dr. Rory, then you know she'll get an idea, and in probably 24 hours to 48 hours, it's already patterned out, structured, and what the next steps are, and that kind of thing. She's a planner, she's a go-getter, she's a doer, she's a supporter, and she's absolutely dynamite. Her program, which this is not a law conference today, but I know Elliot Doyles would be in heaven if we did a law conference again. One day we will. We'll get there to do a law conference again. But she's one of the ones who's now kind of taking her law hat off and putting her medical hat on, which a lot of people don't know. She's now delved into the world of medicine. But she said to me, we've got to have Dr. Tefera to come and be a guest speaker. He's phenomenal. I said, well, let me see if I can reach him. And I reached out to him, and he said yes. He came all the way from Wisconsin to be with us today. So I'm going to ask Dr. Rory to introduce our next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Quash. I look up to Dr. Quash, and if it wasn't for Dr. Quash, we wouldn't be creating the future of our nation right here in New York City. So I want to thank you for your endless support always, and for always saying yes, especially to Dr. Gurma Tefera. So I just found out I was going to introduce you, and I'm so excited I got to contain myself, because I could be here for days and not even tell you who this icon of a human being and a humanitarian who is known as Dr. Gurma Tefera. So I'm going to stick to the bio, and then I'll tell you a little bit about how I met him quickly. He's a vascular surgeon at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He joined the American College of Surgeons, the Division of Member Services, as the new medical director of Operation Giving Hope, formerly Operation Giving Back, in 2015. His clinical research interests include abdominal, aortic, aneurysm treatment with endovascular stent graft and other complex diseases of the thoracic and abdominal aorta. I am not a medical person, so for me to even just say these words is impressive and difficult. Dr. Tefera has led several global health-funded initiatives in healthcare systems, strengthening education in Ethiopia and throughout Africa. He's led the University of Wisconsin's efforts in developing emergency medical services and vascular and endovascular surgery services in Ethiopia. His current global health outreach efforts through the ACS focuses on the development of global surgery education centers of excellence in low and middle income countries, and he's a devoted mentor to medical students, residents, and vascular fellows. Let me tell you how I met him. I think we can all go back in New York City's memory and remember Hurricane Maria when it hit the Caribbean in 2017, and everybody was frustrated looking at the television, and the person that was in charge of our nation at the time throwing paper towels at Puerto Ricans. Dr. Gurma Tefera came out and contacted me after I had endured Hurricane Irma and Maria with my children in Puerto Rico while I was working on a leave doing civil rights work in Puerto Rico, and said, I heard you put a call out to action, can we work together? And we worked together, and together, through his leadership, we were able to create support post-natural disaster and roll out the first free surgical program in the United States in Puerto Rico for the uninsured. And that was Dr. Gurma Tefera. And he has since been a staunch leader in efforts in the Caribbean. Just today, this morning, we were working on a call with the U.S. Virgin Islands because of the lack of access to health care. And so if for all of us that don't know, the only trauma center in the Caribbean is in Puerto Rico. So whenever somebody has a serious issue in the Virgin Islands, any of the U.S. territories, they have to go to Puerto Rico because they don't have access to care. And so what I've been able to have the honor and privilege and become a mentee of Dr. Tefera to learn about the medical profession is, I'm a lawyer, like how do I make this happen? But lawyers have to work with doctors to create access to health care. And that's exactly what we're doing throughout Puerto Rico, throughout the US. And we have, and you're gonna see a QR code, and I'm gonna pray that everybody scans this code. We've created a diversity medicine pipeline program with the American College of Surgeons, Operation Hope, to expose students from our communities to surgery. Because it takes a surgeon to make a surgeon. So through his support, he has gathered 88,000 fellows, and 500 of them have volunteered to support our students. And we're outreaching now to Sophie Davis through CUNY BMI, right, to be exposed to surgery so they can know what surgery is. It doesn't mean you have to be a surgeon, but you should know what surgery is. And who better than a surgeon? We have a mentoring program, and BMI is renowned for our structured mentoring program. So we have this amazing mentoring program. So I'm going to invite everybody in this room that is a medical student or a pre-med student or interested or knows somebody that's interested to join Operation Hope's Cyber Speaker Series, to join their mentoring program. It is free. It is amazing. And I can't even begin to tell you the work that he has done around Africa to help our communities and expose people to what it is that we need in our communities. So without much more, I don't think I need to, you're gonna hear what I call like the UN leader of surgeons, right? Dr. Gurma Tefera.
Thank you, everyone. for this warm reception. Thank you, Jody, for being a good friend and a partner in all these different efforts we do together. And clearly, for those who know Jody, she's just an engine. Once you start working with her, you know, there is no way but just to move the mountains and do a lot of work. And so I really appreciate you and appreciate how hard you work actually to give back. And that's really what connected us, this mission, this willingness to really give back to the community in need. And there is a lot of communities in need. And I also want to say thank you to Dr. Quash for inviting me to come. And clearly, being an African, being a black man, there was no way I was going to miss this opportunity of coming. And hopefully, with our conversation today, you know, I can maybe take you back to the continent a little bit. And I'm also Ethiopian, where everybody comes from, right? So if you follow the genealogy, that's where it is. That's the origin, you know. And so this was definitely an opportunity to be here and share with you a little bit of my journey, but at the same time, there are a lot of lessons learned and also maybe take you with me a little bit back to where there is a lot more work to be done. And without forgetting our backyards, because we know we have a lot more to do here as well. But there is opportunities. We have a lot more than what we need. And once we start understanding that, I think our generosities to really get beyond our boundaries can open up. And I'm just really thrilled to be here to tell you a little bit of the story. So let me just switch this slide for a minute, and hopefully I'm not going to be technologically challenged today, but it's always a risk. So I work as a vascular medicine, studied medicine in Italy, went back to serve, went out to Germany to do some surgical training because I really, really wanted to be a surgeon, and then couldn't go back for so many reasons. Africa is plagued with. We have war all the time. We just don't get along together in many ways. There are phases of disasters, civil wars and whatnot. And that's what drove me to come to the States. But I've found a way, though, to go back. And actually, I find myself in a situation where I can actually do a lot more and better work by being here than being there. Because it's not only Ethiopia now that opened up for me, it's actually a lot more than Ethiopia. I go to many other different countries. I just want to start with a picture of my mother, and this is a picture from a year and a half ago. She's 85 years old. She never went to school because there was no school. She can't write her name. But she was someone who really understood the only way out of this was through education. So I just want to put that, because that whatever I do, and my immense gratitude clearly goes to her. And it's a family of 7. Father died early, and you can imagine what that means when the breadwinner dies and you have a lot of children who are all underage. And I was the lucky one to be the firstborn, so I just had to grow up quickly. And I'm sure this relates and resonates with a lot of you. And a lot of times, coming from whatever background, whatever home, however much poor that is, knowing where we come from keeps us grounded and keeps us think that the origin story is a critical one to always have in mind, so that we can actually benefit others. And so it really grounds me a lot. Whenever I go back, I stay with her. I still, even if the bed is not as comfortable as the one in Wisconsin, the food is much better, right? So it really gives me that recharge, that willingness to come back and do more, to go back again. This is where I was born. Again, it's just a picture. However, it was interesting because I did not have a picture of where I was born. And I was like on Google, there must be a picture of my downtown. Believe it or not, this is my downtown where I grew up. And it is unbelievable to think a kid born in that kind of an environment with 7 children in the house, a mother who never went to school, no father, can be now in New York City and talking to you guys. I mean, it's really hard to imagine. So is this luck? Is this the hard work? Is this destiny? Is this all of the above? Is this, that opportunity that knocked at the door and had the foresight to seize and work with it and move forward? Who knows which one, but there's a lot of things that happen in life. It's hard to really say this is what it is, but this is to say, however, that even from those kind of situations, we can be somebody, we can get somewhere, and we can do really a lot of good things. And so you will see in my talk, there are a few opportunities where I thought that I actually won the lottery. But I didn't know it then. But it's just a huge lottery. So this makes me pivot towards poverty. Earlier I was talking to a few group of medical students, and we think about surgery, we think about medicine, we think about doing these operations and this and that. And however, medicine is just one part of us. Health is not only medicine. And this is actually the biggest curse we have in our world. And think about how many millions of people live in this world with less than $2.15 a day. That's not even a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Look at almost half of the world population living under $7 a day. And the world is what, 5 billion? Maybe more? So what is even more actually sad is that out of the 700 million that you see here, more than half of them live in Africa. And close to 160 million of those are children. So you see, we are physicians, we are doctors, we are engineers, we are lawyers, but this has to really resonate with all of us, thinking and talking about the continent, because, as we said, that is where we come from. That's our origin. We need to really think about humanity out there that has been forgotten. And, Nelson Mandela says it correctly here, as you can imagine, that this is really an act that has happened because humans act like this. It is just not natural. And, and we all have to think about it and do something about it on our day-to-day. Because it's not really enough to think about, just raising money, funding this, sending an aid there, because aid has not worked. I can tell you from all the literature you read, over the last 50 years, the aid packages to Africa has actually skyrocketed. But when you look at what has been achieved, here you go. Africa has low self-sufficiency in food production. Imagine, for example, hundreds and millions of tons of wheat or other products that have been purchased from our US farmers and are taken and given to farmers and people in Africa, and you knock out the market. You feed the farmer and you kill farming. That's not the right way to help, right? You don't give them seeds to plant, but you make them dependent. That's what happens. So I have this slide there to tell you, we all in our capacities need to think about why is aid not working? We're spending billions and billions, and in fact, charity has never gotten people out of poverty. So this is why we need to really pivot and think about education. What is it that we can do? And this is not only an African problem. This is also our US problem, right? Even here. Because education is the most powerful weapon which you can choose to change the world. And to change the world, you start changing yourself. And so unless we make that available, unless we really invest in that, unless we improve the education level everywhere, for those who are poor, for those who are underserved, in all those communities, here in our backyards, in the villages of Africa, we are not going to see a better world. I know I have been in a classroom like this. Probably my classroom was a little bit bigger than this one. I know that. But what is really interesting and important to think and keep in mind is actually the girls are even left out even more. There is 250 million children of school age who are not in school right now. Think about that. That's like, how many times is, the city of, New York? 250 million kids. So unless we think about education, it is a problem. It really is a problem. So I have a few pictures here of myself, and one of the pictures you see on this left side of the screen is back in 1962. And I found this picture 3 years ago when I went back home, because the gentleman who's sitting on the chair was our 8th grade teacher. And at that time, this 8th grade teacher had the foresight of taking some pictures. And the 8th grade teacher had this foresight of taking pictures. And in 8th grade, we are 3 classes, 8A, 8B, and 8C. Each class was 30 students. So he has a photo here with the ones who are first in their class from each grade. And he gave it to me, and he found me actually because I didn't know where he was. He found me because I gave an interview on Voice of America, which he heard in Ethiopia. And he tracked back and found me at the University of Wisconsin. I was there 2 years ago with my wife and my daughter at the school where we were. Nothing much has changed, despite a lot of help and support. This was actually a trip that I was able to do after many, many years. And, and we are going to go back this year again. And I just wanted to show you again a picture to say, from that little town, that little village, with no roads, a kid with a short, no shoes, in 8th grade, is up here to talk. And so there is hope. There is hope for a lot of children and kids, not only here in our backyards who are suffering, but kids who are everywhere in the world to really get, but we all need to contribute to that. So this is an easiest way for us to do, the mentorship. We can all share experiences. Mentorship has so many different aspects. It can be, yes, the medicine, the teacher mentoring the student, but there are also a lot of mentorships in life. I really love Dr. Rory's program because those students from Puerto Rico that we use or put them in our mentorship program actually have an amazing opportunity, networking opportunities, opening their eyes to see what is going on elsewhere. Unless we provide them, unless we make ourselves available to really show them what is possible, it is really difficult for these kids in those poor neighborhoods and in those schools that are really under-resourced to see what is out there for them. So this is the minimum we can do. It's not going to cost us much at all. So I really, really appreciate the mentorship programs we have. I just, this is, Ethiopian language has its own alphabet. I don't know how many of you know, but it is one of actually the oldest languages with a written alphabet. And this word is basically to describe an association of people in Ethiopian culture with the aim of mobilizing resources. So when I grew up there, we did not have saving accounts. We did not have banks. And so you cannot save money. You can't put them, you can save, but you have to put it under your pillow. But then you will take it out because there is continuous struggle. So this was one way to save money. Basically, people in the neighborhoods get together. You can be 20, you can be 30. Imagine each contributing $50 or $5 for that matter. Think about 12 neighbors. That's going to be 12 times 5, $60, right? So nobody will have $60 at one given time. But if you get $60 in one given time, that can be a beginning of a business you can do. So this association, what it did, or it does, is it will bring the community together, but you will be putting this money every week, and every week one person will win that money, meaning the name will be drawn, so that money goes to that person, and of course that person, if he's the number one, he will have to pay 12 times, right? But if you are number 12, you have your saving at the end with the $60. You can be the number 6, then you have $30 at least. You have to pay up another 30 next. So, but it gives you that chance and opportunity. So this is just to tell you how the community where we grow, the community where we live, the community that really looks and supports us is the community that we have to go back and serve. And this has been stressed and emphasized multiple times. And there is no way when you grow up in a community like this, you can forget that. And that's really why knowing the origins, knowing, what the community has done for you, and knowing to really get back to them and pay it back is going to be very critical. And for me, this was the lottery I won, because my first break out of my poverty came when I was in 10th grade. When I was in 10th grade, I was one of the 60 students in the country that was chosen to go to this prep school. However, I did not have money to get there. So what you see here is my science, I think there's 30 of us, but I did not have money to get there. And the only reason I got there was because that community ECOP thing I showed you earlier was available for me. So I don't know if that is luck, is that chance, is that destiny, but I can tell you that community support was what really, at the end of the day, got me and opened the doors for me. Knowing this is important, again, because it really gets you back to your community. It grounds you firmly to your community. There is no way you can forget that you have to give back. And I would encourage the youngsters to really think about what happened in your life to get to medical school, to get to college, to finish high school. There's so many moments like this where the community, the family, some luck, and some issues of, some destiny issues have all come together and propelled you forward. So think about those opportunities and those moments. I'm just putting some, Amharic language word just to change the alphabet a little bit. But what this is saying here is, the horse can take you to the war front, but it's not going to fight for you. That's basically once I got to that college, and then this college was 60 students that have been chosen from the entire country. I needed to perform. I needed to work hard. I needed to excel. And now, the metaphor here is war, but it's an environment where there is competition because there is a lot more things coming back at me later. And I needed to recognize that those opportunities in the future are going to be decided by how I'm going to perform in that prep school. So again, for the students, understanding and looking at your future. Where am I now? What is in the future? What do I need to do to excel in where I am now? Is going to be something of an immense importance, because it's not always a good thing to dwell in the past, but actually seizing the moment, understanding what the potential the moment is going to bring for you, and looking at the future is going to be critical, because if we don't see where we are going to go, it will be hard to find the way. And so this was really a moment in that prep school for me. I am out of that place. I can actually reach to the rest of the world. This is my opportunity. This is the door and the window that has opened for me to see the rest of the world. And I think about it now, and I get some shivers, because this is not easy when you are young to think about this. I was 15, 16-year-old. And so, but it was very, very critical. There is an African proverb that says, smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. So it's clear, going through all those rough years of growth and development and frustration, you can actually make use of it. That can prepare you for the challenges that are coming in the future. Because it is not going to be something that is going to make you or break you as such. So that preparation of, a non-smooth sea is important, and that's your strength, because I know most of us here did not have a smooth ride. And so there you go. 1988 to 1992 was a very difficult time, because I had to go back to Germany for a surgical training, and that was in the East Germany, in the communist Germany. And at the end of my training there to become a surgeon, because that's what I always wanted to do, I kind of get to this dead end at the end. There was nowhere to go. I could not change my directions. I could not go. I could not go back to Ethiopia because there was war. I could not find a job in Africa because in the rest of Africa, it was a problem of finding a job. There were no job offerings. This is to take me to this picture again. This is when then, there is an end of the road. I can't go anywhere. So that's where your friendships come to help you. That's when you go back to your basics, where your foundational things are. That is when I found just one friend from that prep school who was actually living in Detroit, Michigan. And that was my link. But I got to him because I could not go back home. There was no way for me to go. So this is to say, you need to really keep your friends close. You need to really, lean, but at the same time, be also a good friend. You have to do the same. It has to be a mutual thing. And friends are forever, and you never know when they will need you, and you will never know when you need them. And this is one of those moments that was really critical. In the latter parts of my life, now I'm here, I've made it. I am through medical school, through surgery. I came back to the US. Actually, I have to repeat all my surgical training because the one I did in Germany was no good for the US. But that was also, I didn't ride a smooth sea, so I just can ride that too. I did ride it okay. And I'm so grateful for Howard University to have provided me the opportunity. Because without Howard, I wouldn't have done surgery. And this is to say, those who watch out for you are also those kind of institutions. You need to think about them, support them, keep close relationships, because that is basically going to be your foundation as well. My slide here from success to significance came up about because one of my patients, one day came to me and said, "Hey, doc, I know you are a big shot here now, and you have done all what you want to do. Is there anything of significance you do back home?" That was basically a direct question. And that's what got me going. This was back in 2002. And that's when I got to this, there is actually a lot to do. And I just started looking. The whole continent. So if you look at the red marked countries, they have, less than one physician per 1,000 population. I'm talking about physician. I'm not talking about surgeon. If you go on the eastern side of Africa, there is usually about one surgeon for about 200,000 population. So think about that ratio and think about how many you see in the hospital next door. That would be more than what might be present in the entire 500, 600 million population. This physician thing is a dire situation. Again, this is not to say we need more physicians in the US too, just to give you another ratio. Here in the US, it's about 27 physicians per 100,000 people. See the discrepancy. So let's leave alone. There is almost 130 million surgeries that happened, and only 8 million are done in Africa. Or actually, this is in low and middle income countries, so it has some parts of Asia as well. Imagine less than 4% of surgeries. Now, this is even a dire statistics. We said here 4.2 million deaths after surgery in 30 days across the globe. If you look there, what happens? Almost 2 million of those are in the low and middle income countries. So imagine we said the number is already low. It's already 8 million out of the 230 million. And then of those, 2 million die. That's a 25% mortality. 1 every 4 person dying. So clearly this is not a statistics I can just sit back and relax without doing something about. And so this is what really got me into my next life, which is the life I live now. This is just to give you an example. You know, you look at the mortality of just the maternal mortality from giving birth. Can you imagine? It's 100 times more if the mother is in a low middle income country. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but this is a young lady in West Africa during the Ebola crisis. For some reason, either she was immune or she has some really incredible response. She was very much involved in taking care of Ebola patients, helped so many to survive. But she died 2 years later after delivering a baby. So if this cannot get into you, I don't know what else can, right? So humanity, we can't ignore this kind of issues and conditions and situations. I am so privileged in so many ways. With the work I do, we promote training women to become surgeons. We provide them with support. These are women surgeons in the eastern part of Africa, in collaborating with surgical training programs in that part of the world, where every year we help them and we support them to finish up their exams and become surgeons. I have been so blessed in the last few years to mobilize so many surgeons from the US to go and provide education and training and infrastructure development in Ethiopia, in Rwanda, in Zambia, and actually we are doing some additional work in West Africa as well. And this really is giving me every day so much joy, and I feel I'm really so much blessed with all this. I know Dr. Rory mentioned to you earlier, we have this incredible program in Puerto Rico where we're making and impacting a lot on the lives of the youth, the young students, high school students, medical students. And this is a program that can be replicated everywhere and anywhere. It's really mentorship. It's really pulling back or pulling up those individuals who can be our future leaders. And we have to really be engaged in these activities. I know the future for Africa rests in a lot of these children who are out there, but they really need everybody's attention and help and support. Let's not limit ourselves to everything that's happening around our four walls, or our city, or our village. There's actually a lot more humanity out there, and we are really, really part of this humanity. And at the end of the day, we are all God's children living on this earth. It is just the place where you're born that is making you maybe a little different. But remember, we all started from one place, from Ethiopia. So let's just think about the world together and not limit ourselves into smaller places. And I really, really hope the Black Men Initiative will also engage with us, look into the possibilities of reaching out to the continent where actually the majority of Black men are and Black people are. So with that, I just want to say my gratitude is also to my family. Of course, without them, I'm not going to be, I can't be anybody. And their support, with all the things I have done so far, I continue to do, especially my wife, who has been incredible and amazing, is without doubt the one thing that was so important and continues to be of critical importance. For those of you who want to learn a little bit more about the American College of Surgeons and the office I work for, so you can scan this and you can contact us. We have all our email addresses there. You can take a picture and reach out to me or any of my assistants who are listed here. I will stop here, and I don't know if the venue allows questions and answers, but happy to stay a little bit longer to answer any questions. And I really, really appreciate the attention you have given me, the invitation. Thank you, Jody, for everything, and have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Tefera. Thank you for your lecture. Thank you for the work that you do. We appreciate, and please do take the advantage of the opportunities. Dr. Quash always leaves me with what I call the best part of the program, because now I get to thank everybody. I get to thank Dr. Rory for her work. I get to thank Andre. I get to thank Clifford. I get to thank all the CUNY BMI directors for the work that you do, for making sure that the opportunities such as the ones that Dr. Tefera offers reaches our students. And we are coming to the end of the conference. However, I have some announcements, some pointers, and some instructions going forward. As you know, this is a two-day event. And so today here at the Graduate Center would not have been possible with the support of, obviously, the Graduate Center. So Kamala, if she's here, please, let's give her a round of applause. She is always at the forefront, making sure that we have what we have, and also keeping us in line with the guidelines. So she better not see it with any water or juices in here. All right. Thank yous to all the CUNY BMI directors. A shout out and a thank you to the CUNY BMI ambassadors. Those are the students or people that you've seen with t-shirts like this. They are if you're a student, they are the ones who email you and who message you and who tell you time and time again, take advantage of our opportunities. So a big shout out to the entire CUNY BMI ambassador team. A big shout out to the student council, some of whom are here. Thank you for the support in getting some of the vendors who are here today. thank you, Dr. Gardier, who I think he had to step out, but Dr. Quash already kind of sang his praises. He, from the very moment I met him, he has been nothing but just offering himself to the benefit of CUNY BMI. And obviously, a special thank you to Dr. Quash. His vision and his leadership is what made this conference what it is today. So a hand, please give Dr. Quash a round of applause. Now, I know you all have smartphones, and because you have smartphones, you have cameras, and because you have cameras, you've taken millions of pictures. So send it to us, tag us on social media, Instagram, at CUNY BMI. You should have the HOVA app, which is the way we send our communications regarding the conference. So if you have the HOVA app, please also upload it there so that the entirety of the conference can take advantage and see themselves in the pictures. If you haven't yet, and I don't know if Tahir is here, but if you haven't yet and they're still there, please take advantage of the photo booth that, again, Dr. Quash's vision, making sure that you all have fun and commemorate the conference. The last two things, information about tomorrow's stream will be sent out tonight in the same manner that the information about today was sent out. So again, continue to encourage you, and I know a lot of you iPhone users can't afford to use the space, so delete some of those old pictures and download the HOVA app. Yes, Android all day, baby. And lastly, but certainly not least, there's still a vendor fair outside. So once you go back outside to the concourse level, in those rooms we have vendors, we have representatives from Sophie Davis, we have representatives from a myriad of places. So please take advantage, go talk to them, figure out how maybe your career plan falls into how some of the jobs that they have. Take their information. If you're a director, take their information and bring them to your campuses. And there's still a lot of food outside, so take food home. All right, I'm trying to look out for your pockets, so y'all can give Uber Eats and Grubhub and all of them a break. Take the food with you. And with that, I want to thank you all for being here, and we will see you. You will see us tomorrow. I don't know how that works, but we'll see you. We'll see you through the stream. Thank you so much. If there are any questions that any student wants to speak to Dr. Tefera, he is here, but he will also be back at the concourse for you to speak to him.
you.